Chapter 2303 Cultivating directly to peak. Lu Ming spent 3 days to successfully cultivate the first 3 stages of the Little Heavenly Mystery technique. At the side, Honglu was secretly shocked when he sensed the fluctuations coming from Lu Ming's body. In 3 days' time, he had successfully cultivated the first 3 stages of the Little Heaven Mysterious skill. Even though he knew that Lu Ming's physical strength was very strong to begin with, Honglu was still shocked. This speed was too fast. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He was completely fascinated. At every moment, he could feel his body becoming stronger and stronger. His muscles and bones were numb and itchy. There was a strange fluctuation. This feeling was too pleasurable and wonderful. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. He had completely forgotten himself and the time. After the 3rd level, Lu Ming began to cultivate the 4th level, then the 5th level, the 6th level. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the improvement Lu Ming had. The minor heavenly mystery technique was originally cultivated for body cultivators to lay their foundations and strengthen their foundation. As for Lu Ming, he had never cultivated any physical cultivation techniques in the past. His physical body was completely enhanced by external objects. Such an improvement would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. For example, there were some dead spots in the body that had not been tempered, which would lead to flaws. And now, Lu Ming had reorganized his body. Although his physical strength hadn't improved much, the strength and quality of his body had a qualitative difference from before. Furthermore, after reaching the 6th tier of the minor heavenly mystery technique, his foundation had become very solid, and the strength of his physical body had begun to improve. The 7th, 8th, 9th. Lu Ming had used half a month to cultivate the Little Heaven Mysterious skill to the 9th realm. Moreover, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping and was already attempting to break through to the 10th realm. This caused Honglu to be extremely shocked. How is that possible? To be able to reach the 9th level of the Little Heavenly Mystery technique in just half a month, and still continue to do so, he's a peerless genius in physical cultivation. We must report this to the elder. Honglu muttered to himself, then quickly left the place and reported this matter. Not long after, streaks of light appeared here. More than a dozen old men had come, all of whom were elders of the ancient body cultivator lineage. When these people saw Lu Ming, their eyes widened. He's already at the 10th level. Unbelievable. A person who cultivates the nomological system is able to cultivate the Little Heavenly Mysterious art to the 10th level in such a short time. He's definitely a peerless genius. One wonder if he can successfully cultivate all 12 stages of the Little Heavenly Mystery technique. The dozen or so old men discussed excitedly and in shock. Although the minor heavenly mystery technique was a technique that could solidify the foundation of body cultivators, it was also the most important technique. Only when the minor heavenly mystery technique was cultivated to a high enough level could one cultivate the core technique of body cultivators. However, not everyone could cultivate the Little Heavenly Mysterious skill to perfection. In fact, it was already very good to be able to cultivate it to the 9th level. He could be considered a genius in the physical cultivation line, and his future achievements would be extraordinary. As for the 12th level, which was the highest level, there had not been many body cultivators since ancient times. Every one of them was a rare genius. For example, Honglu was such a prodigy, but he took much longer than Lu Ming. There was no one else who could cultivate the Little Heavenly Mysterious art to this level in such a short time. Everyone waited in silence. After that, Ren Chan also ended her practice. She had only completed the 3rd level so far. If she continued, she felt that she was not strong enough and needed time to slowly polish it. When she saw more than 10 old men staring at Lu Ming without blinking, she was shocked. After asking around, Xiang Honglu finally understood the whole story of the matter. What a pervert! Ren Chan sighed. The physical cultivators might not know how freakish Lu Ming was, but she did. Lu Ming had mastered 3 ultimate maxims. He was an unprecedented figure in the system of maxims. She could not help but sigh when she saw that Lu Ming was so perverted when he cultivated the body cultivation technique. Lu Ming was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was immersed in his cultivation. Very quickly, he completed the cultivation of the 10th level and broke into the 11th level. He felt that his body was constantly strengthening and becoming tougher. His strength was also increasing. In particular, there was a drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. As Lu Ming cultivated the little heaven mysterious skill, traces of energy surged into Lu Ming's body from that drop of ancestral dragon blood. Lu Ming refined it and strengthened his physical body. The 11th level was not difficult for Lu Ming and he cultivated it successfully very quickly. Then, it was the 12th level. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. It was also the last stage of the little mysterious heaven skill. At this stage, Lu Ming's body was constantly trembling and buzzing. He could feel that his physical strength had reached an extreme. A month after Lu Ming cultivated the minor heaven mysterious art, he finally cultivated it to perfection. He succeeded. He succeeded. Heavens, he's cultivated the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in just a month. This kind of talent is too shocking. We can't waste his talent in physical cultivation. One think we should teach him the 7 gods mysterious technique. I agree. More than 10 old men spoke excitedly one after another. Their eyes were shining. When they looked at Lu Ming, it was as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Even Honglu was greatly shocked. The elders actually wanted to pass the 7 gods mysterious technique to Lu Ming. The 7 gods mysterious technique was completely different from the minor heavenly mysterious technique. The minor heavenly mysterious technique was only a technique used to build the foundation for physical cultivators. It was widely spread and everyone could cultivate it. However, the 7 gods mysterious technique was a core technique of the body cultivation lineage and one of the top secret techniques. Generally, only the geniuses of the body cultivation lineage could cultivate it. Honglu himself was cultivating this technique. It could be seen how much the elders admired Lu Ming. There was no one in the history of body cultivation who could cultivate the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in just a month. This kind of talent was too shocking. It would be a waste if he did not cultivate the body cultivation technique. Who? At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. My strength has doubled. Lu Ming felt his strength and revealed a look of excitement. His physical body had become much stronger and his strength had doubled. Coupled with the world force and various laws, Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Lu Ming felt that if he were to unleash his full power now, he could already reach the combat strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Following that, Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and was shocked. There were more than 10 pairs of bright eyes staring at him. Little guy, how do you feel? Is your body much stronger? You're a peerless genius in the world of body cultivators. How about this? In the future, you don't have to cultivate the nomological system. Change to cultivating the body cultivation lineage. This old man will take you in as a disciple. Get lost, he's my disciple. More than 10 old men glared at him and started to fight over him. They all wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Chapter 2304, 7 Gods Mysterious Technique. More than 10 white-haired old men glared at each other. They looked like they were ready to draw their swords. However, when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were burning with passion. Lu Ming only reacted after a long while. Well, seniors, I cultivate the nomological system. I don't have any plans to abandon the nomological system and focus on cultivating my physical body. Lu Ming still answered honestly. It was not easy for him to achieve his current achievements in all kinds of laws. He had paid too much. Furthermore, his nomological system was unprecedented and unprecedented. In the future, he could master even more ultimate maxims. How could he give them up just like that? You still want to cultivate the system of laws? Kid, let me tell you, your talent in body cultivation is definitely higher than the system of laws. Do you understand? It's a waste if you don't cultivate your physical body. Don't ruin your future. More than 10 old men panicked and tried to persuade Lu Ming. Seniors, I've already decided and one won't change my mind, but, Lu Ming rolled his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. However, I can have dual cultivation. I can cultivate both the nomological system and my physical body. Seniors, what do you think? Cultivate together? The dozen or so old men quieted down and looked at each other. Boy, the path of cultivation is extremely difficult. It takes a lot of energy to cultivate one of them. Many people can't reach the peak of one of them in their entire lives. If you want to cultivate two, I'm afraid you can't bite off more than you can chew. That's right, you won't be able to cultivate either. More than 10 old men criticized Lu Ming severely. Senior, I understand that, but I'm different from other people. With my unprecedented talent, it's definitely not a problem for me to cultivate the system of laws and the body together. Lu Ming said shamelessly. His face did not turn red and his heart did not beat fast. This kid is simply shameless. However, what he said makes sense. With his talent, it's indeed difficult for anyone to compare with him. Are we just going to teach him the 7 gods' mysterious technique? He doesn't specialize in physical cultivation. It's not good to teach him like this. The 7 gods' mysterious skill is the highest secret of physical cultivation. It can be cultivated to the legendary supreme realm. In my opinion, we should ask the Grand Elder for instructions. That's right, I think so too. More than 10 old men gathered to discuss. After a while, one of them said to Lu Ming, Kid, you wait here. Well, go and ask the Grand Elder. After saying that, the old men left. Lu Ming, you've actually cultivated the little heaven mysterious skill to perfection in a month's time. How did you do it? Honglu walked over, extremely surprised. Ren Chan also sized Lu Ming up curiously. She had cultivated it before, but she could only cultivate to the 3rd level. If she wanted to continue to improve, she would have to spend a lot of energy. She knew the difficulty. However, Lu Ming was able to cultivate it to the peak in one go. This was simply a miracle. I don't know either. One just casually cultivated for a while and I reached perfection. Is it that difficult? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Ren Chan and Hong Lu's eyelids kept twitching, their mouths agape and tongue-tied, completely unable to speak, so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. He was completely shocked. It's not difficult. After holding it in for a long time, Honglu squeezed out such a sentence. It should be related to the ancestral dragon's blood, Lu Ming was thinking. He felt that the reason he was able to cultivate the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in one go was largely related to the drop of ancestral dragon blood. As he cultivated to the later stages, the energy in the ancestral dragon's blood was constantly being refined. This was how Lu Ming managed to cultivate the minor heaven mysterious skill to perfection in one go. Then, Ren Chan asked Lu Ming about the cultivation method of the minor heaven mysterious skill. They chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait long before the dozen old men returned. Kid, we've already asked the Supreme Elder. He thinks that your talent is rare, and it would be a pity if you don't cultivate your body. So, the Supreme Elder has agreed to teach you the 7 gods' mysterious skill. Take it. One of the elders said. He then took out a roll of animal skin and handed it to Lu Ming. The cultivation method of the 7 gods' mysterious technique is recorded on it. Remember this and return this beast skin to us." The old man said. "Many thanks, Senior." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and was overjoyed. He took the animal skin and looked at it carefully. Not long after, he had memorized all the contents of the beast skin and returned it to the elders. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the contents. The Seven Gods' mysterious technique was a supreme technique in physical cultivation, and it was much more exquisite than the minor heavenly mysterious technique. The Seven Gods' mysterious technique was divided into 7 levels. Each level was further divided into the early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Lu Ming spent a total of 7 days before he roughly understood the contents of the first few levels. Then, he began to cultivate. Buzz. Buzz. His muscles, bones, internal organs, and even every drop of blood were giving off a wonderful vibration. Waves of wonderful power seeped into every corner of Lu Ming's body and every cell. Lu Ming's physical body was undergoing a transformation. The first 2 stages of the Seven Gods' mysterious technique were also for building a solid foundation. It was very similar to the later stages of the minor heaven mysterious technique. Lu Ming was very successful in cultivating the first 2 stages and very soon, he succeeded. 7 days later, Lu Ming had attained the 3rd stage of the Seven Gods' mysterious technique. When the Seven Gods' mysterious skill was cultivated to the 3rd level, he could compete with the Void Emperor with his physical strength alone. At the 4th level, one could fight against a true emperor with just the strength of their body. The 5th level corresponded to great emperors. The 6th level corresponded to the celestial the Arch. And the highest 7th level corresponded to the supreme realm. After attaining the 3rd stage, Lu Ming's cultivation speed had slowed down. He kept on circulating the Seven Gods' mysterious technique, and the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart was constantly circulating energy throughout Lu Ming's body. As the Seven Gods' mysterious technique circulated, it seeped into every cell in Lu Ming's body, continuously strengthening his physical body. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming was also constantly breaking through. The early stage of the 3rd level, the middle stage, the late stage. After 2 months, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the Seven Gods' mysterious technique to the late stage of the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He felt that he could continue to break through. In the past 2 months, Ren Chan, Hong Lu, and a dozen elders had been watching nearby. Genius, what a genius! He cultivated the Seven Gods' mysterious skill to the late stage of the 3rd level in one go, and he didn't show any signs of stopping. This has never happened since ancient times. The dozen or so old men exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, a few burly men flew over with grave expressions and reported, "Elders, there's bad news. Outside the exit, where our ancestor is slumbering, a large number of alien races have gathered. They've already launched an attack, and they're very powerful. They're here. Let's go and gather all the experts." An elder's eyes were cold, and he exuded a powerful aura. Chapter 2305 Combat Power Skyrockets. More than a dozen elders all left the place and headed towards the exit of the small world. At the same time, a large number of Archean body cultivators rushed to the exit. At the exit of the small world, where the ancient body cultivator ancestors were slumbering, a terrifying battle was taking place. Countless non-human experts attacked the tombs like a storm. One by one, the tombs cracked open, and zombies walked out. These zombies were all very terrifying. Many of them had the fighting strength of the Great Emperor realm. Some even had the fighting strength of the Heavenly Emperor realm. These zombies were all top powerhouses among body cultivators when they were alive. In addition, there were also people from the Archean body cultivator lineage who were fighting with countless foreign races. More than a dozen elders and a large number of body cultivators rushed out and attacked the foreign kinds. Kill! Those old men had white hair. When they shouted, their chi and blood soared into the sky like smoke. Terrifying power burst out of their bodies, as if ancient barbaric dragons were awakening. Boom! Boom! Their attacks were simple. They simply punched out and the fist force shattered the void, killing a large number of alien races. As for the zombies, they were even more direct and unafraid of death. They ignored defense and attacked madly. For a time, the Archean body cultivators had the advantage. The alien race attacked for a while, but they were forced back and retreated into the depths of the Land of Dusk. However, the immemorial body cultivators didn't dare to slack off and sent people to guard it. As expected, every few days, the foreign races would attack again, and their overall strength was stronger than before. The two sides were caught in a heated battle, and they fought continuously. After fighting for a while, the alien races would retreat, but after a while, they would attack again. As for Lu Ming, he had been cultivating. Previously, he had spent 2 months to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the 7 Gods' mysterious technique. After that, he used another month to successfully break through and step into the early stage of the 4th level. After that, he spent another month cultivating the 7 Gods' mysterious technique to the middle of the 4th level. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop cultivating at this point. This was because he felt that his previous accumulation had been used up. He had reached a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. He needed to polish himself for a period of time. Moreover, almost half of the energy of the ancestral dragon blood had been refined. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. My strength is so strong. Lu Ming felt the power in his body and was extremely excited. This was physical strength, pure physical strength. Lu Ming could feel that his physical strength was dozens of times stronger than before. The middle stage of the 4th level. Now, one should be able to fight against a level 13 true emperor with just my physical strength. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. One should not underestimate this level of power. It was extremely terrifying, because this was purely the power of the physical body without any other factors. In the past, although Lu Ming's physical strength was strong, it was far inferior to what he had now. At that time, Lu Ming's physical strength, the world energy, and the law would increase his strength. However, it was impossible to rely on the strength of his physical body alone. At most, he would be equivalent to a low-level void emperor. But now, Lu Ming did not need to do anything. He could fight against a rank 13 true emperor with his physical strength alone. If he were to add the power of the world and the various laws, Lu Ming's strength would reach a shocking level. It would far exceed the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. Now that Lu Ming was facing a rank 18 true emperor, he could completely crush his opponent. Body cultivators, when combined with the nomological system, would burst forth with astonishing power. My Bodhi's defensive and recovery abilities have also been greatly enhanced. With the indestructible ancient scroll, I wonder what kind of shocking level it will reach. Lu Ming could not imagine how amazing his combat power would be if he were to unleash his full power now. Lu Ming, what realm have you cultivated the 7 Gods' mysterious technique to? Honglu asked as he walked over. Middle stage of the 4th level. Lu Ming said. Oh my God, you've reached the middle stage of the 4th level so quickly. You're abnormal. I've been cultivating for decades and am only at the middle stage of the 4th level. You're abnormal. Honglu howled in grief, looking like he had suffered a blow. Lu Ming touched his nose, speechless. The reason why he had improved so quickly was mainly due to his previous accumulation. In the past, his body had been tempered many times and was already very strong. With the help of the ancestral dragon's blood and the perfection of the little heaven mysterious skill, he was able to be so fast. In the future, the speed would slow down. Besides, cultivating the body required a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual materials, including all kinds of spiritual herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs. This time, he was completely relying on the energy of the ancestral dragon's blood. That was why he didn't need any medicinal herbs. Right, where are the seniors? Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and asked. They went to fight against the alien races. In the past 2 months, the alien races have been attacking more and more frequently. Many of our people have died in the battle. Speaking up to hear, Hongla's expression was rather unsightly. Have the alien races already attacked? Lu Ming's expression turned grave. We can't continue like this. The foreign tribes are too powerful and their numbers are endless. It's not that I'm underestimating the strength of the Archean body cultivator, but if this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Ren Chan also said. Then what should we do? Honglu was also a bit anxious. Let's go to the front line. I want to talk to the seniors. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. Hong Lu nodded, and immediately, the 3 of them headed towards the small world's exit. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit of the small world. Near the exit of the small world, many buildings had been temporarily built. A large number of ancient body cultivators were stationed here. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, it was obvious that a huge battle had just taken place outside. Many people had just retreated from the outside. In a huge stone hall, a few grand elders and more than 20 elders of the immemorial body cultivator lineage were having a meeting. However, they all looked serious and frowned. The atmosphere in the stone hall was very oppressive. At this moment, a person reported that Honglu, Lu Ming, and the others were requesting an audience. Let them in. One of the grand elders at the top spoke. The Grand Supreme Elders of the immemorial body cultivators were all powerhouses in the Heavenly Emperor realm. After a while, Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Hong Lu walked in. All eyes were on Lu Ming. Kid, what level have you reached with the 7 gods' mysterious skill? An old man asked curiously. Middle stage of the 4th level. Lu Ming answered honestly. Middle stage of the 4th level. The old men and some middle-aged men in the stone hall widened their eyes. They knew when Lu Ming had started cultivating. It had only been a few months and he had already cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the middle of the 4th stage. Even the elders and grand elders, who had lived for a long time, could not help but be dumbfounded at this speed. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Chapter 2306 Retreat. Honglu was the most outstanding heaven's favorite of this generation of immemorial body cultivators, but he had also used a few decades to cultivate to the middle of the 4th level. As for Lu Ming, it had only been a few months. Good, good, peerless genius, peerless genius. The few elders sighed. After a while, they calmed down. Why have you come to find us? One of the grand elders asked with a smile. Seniors, now that the outsiders have set their eyes on this place, they will definitely not let this place go. If this continues, the battle will be very unfavorable. Lu Ming said. We know this as well. Do you have any countermeasures? One of the grand elders said. Charge out, leave this place. Otherwise, this place will be broken through sooner or later. At that time, no one will be able to escape. Lu Ming said, directly expressing his thoughts. Leave this place. Everyone in the stone hall paled. We immemorial body cultivators have been living in seclusion here ever since we were defeated in the immemorial era. We've lived here for countless years and have already taken root here. You want us to abandon this place? One of the burly men said. The others were also silent. Indeed, their bloodline had lived here for countless years. Who would be willing to give it up just like that? Seniors, it's not that I'm looking down on the strength of the body cultivators, but the foreign tribes are too powerful. Only a small portion of them are attacking from the outside. In the ancient times, the heaven realm was extremely prosperous. Strong people gathered and the invincible strong people dominated the world. But in the end, it was still broken through and countless strong people died in battle. Of the 9 heavens regions, only the Tai Ching heaven region is left, barely holding on. If the alien races send some powerful cultivators from the battlefield of the Tai Ching heavenly region, we will definitely not be able to defend it. Lu Ming advised. The people from the immemorial body cultivator lineage had grave expressions as they thought seriously. They also understood that Lu Ming was right. Their branch was only one of the branches of the ancient body cultivators. Their strength was far from comparable to the ancient body cultivators at their peak during the ancient era. However, the body cultivators of the primordial age, who were at their peak, had still been defeated by the nomological system. Later on, after many years of development, the nomological system flourished to the extreme, but it was still broken through by the alien races. It could be seen how strong the alien races were. They would definitely not be able to withstand it. There's actually another exit in this pocket dimension. If you want to retreat, you can retreat from the other exit. After a long time, a Grand Elder spoke, his voice filled with helplessness. There's another exit? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was much better than rushing out. Everyone, what do you say? Should we retreat? The Grand Elder who spoke earlier looked at the others. I agree to retreat. I also agree. Our bloodline can't be cut off like this. I agree. The remaining elders and Grand Elders all expressed their willingness to retreat. Only a few people were silent and unwilling. I have a question. Our small world has such a large population. How do we bring them out when we retreat? One of them asked. That's easy. Those in our nomological system can condense a small world when they reach the true Emperor realm. Even a 1-star true Emperor can condense a small world with a radius of 100,000 miles, which is enough to bring everyone out. Ren Chan said. Then where do we go after we retreat? One of the burly men asked. To the Tai Ching heavenly region. One of the Grand Elders said. Tai Ching heavenly region? This time, not only were many of the elders of the Archean body cultivators stunned, but even Lu Ming and Ren Chan were stunned. Could it be that there was a way to get to the Tai Ching heavenly region from the 10,000 spirit heavenly region? If there was, why didn't the alien races discover it after so many years? How can I go to the Tai Ching heavenly region? The eyes of many elders lit up. It would be great if he could go to the Tai Ching heavenly region. There's an ancient book in our physical cultivation sect. It says that if you start from the yellow spring in the 9 nether heavenly domain, you can reach the passage between the Tai Ching heavenly domain and the Hunyuan heavenly domain. According to Lu Ming, the passage between the Tai Ching heavenly region and the Hunyuan heavenly region has become a battlefield. As long as we get there, we can enter the two-world city and enter the Tai Ching heavenly region. Another Grand Elder said. Doesn't that mean that we have to go to the netherworld realm first? Someone said. This is the only plan now. One of the Grand Elders said. Seniors, this is totally possible. There is a passage connecting the 9 nether heavenly domain and the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. As long as we rush through the passage and enter the 9 nether heavenly domain, we can reach the netherworld and then head to the Tai Ching heavenly domain. Moreover, the alien tribe's cultivation energy is different from ours. In the heaven realm, although they can also absorb the original chi for cultivation, the speed is very slow and the efficiency of refining it is very low. Therefore, except for the battlefield in the Tai Ching heaven, the alien tribes in the other heaven regions are not many. With your strength, you can kill your way to the netherworld. Ren Chan said. His words made everyone's eyes light up. Alright, well do that then. It'll have to trouble you to put everyone below the martial supreme realm into the small world and then retreat. One of the Grand Elders announced and gave the order. Immediately, everyone got into action. The people who cultivated the nomological law system started to move. They kept all the people in the small world into the small world, leaving those above the martial supreme realm outside. After so many years of development, the population of the immemorial body cultivator lineage had already reached tens of billions. However, this was not a problem at all. A small world of a one-star true emperor was 100,000 miles in radius. A great emperor's small world had a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and it was a piece of cake for it to contain tens of billions of people. After a few days, the people in this small world and all the resources had been collected. At this moment, they began to retreat. However, they still left a group of people to guard the exit and control some zombies to fight against the alien races. There was no other way. Someone had to stay behind, or the alien races would find out. Those who stayed behind would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, all the martial supremes and above from the body cultivators had brought a portion of the powerful zombies to the other side of the small world. There was another exit here. They passed through this exit and came outside, out of the land of dusk. Then, they flew toward the passage in the netherworld realm at top speed. However, they still ran into some alien races on the way. Although these foreign races had been easily killed by the ancient body cultivators, they were still weak. However, there were still some alien races who managed to spread the news before they died. The foreign races in the land of dusk received the news and were furious. They launched a fierce attack on the depths of the land of dusk. The Archean body cultivators who were left behind to cover the retreat were naturally no match and were all killed in the end. When the foreign races rushed into the small world of the Archean body cultivators and found that they were all gone, they were furious and ordered all the foreign races in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region to surround and kill the Archean body cultivators. However, it was too late. Chapter 2307. The sky-reaching warship Lu Ming's group was very fast. Together with some Archean body cultivators, they were very powerful. Although they encountered some foreign tribes blocking them, the foreign tribes that had gathered in a hurry were no match for them. They were easily killed. A few days later, they arrived at the passageway between 10,000 spirit heavenly domain and abysmal heavenly domain. The passageway here was very vast, similar to that between Taiching heavenly realm and Hunyuan heavenly realm. However, there weren't many foreign races guarding this place. Other than the Taiching heavenly region, the other 8 heavenly regions were all under the control of the foreign tribes. They naturally did not need to leave too many people to guard these passages. Without much resistance, they broke through the passage and rushed to the netherworld realm. Abysmal heavenly domain was the legendary netherworld. It was filled with the chi of the netherworld and was an extremely powerful heavenly domain in ancient times. The name of the netherworld shook the heavenly realm, and experts were as numerous as clouds. In the end, it was still broken through by the foreign races, and the experts suffered heavy casualties. The legendary Yellow Spring and the Bridge of Helplessness were both in the 9 Serenities heavenly domain. Back then, when Lu Ming entered the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor, he had seen the netherworld helplessness. It was the 9 lives devilish silkworm, created based on the netherworld helplessness of the 9 nether realm. There were many ancient books among the body cultivators that recorded many secrets, including the territory of the 9 nether heavenly region. After they entered the 9 nether heavenly domain, they rushed towards the Yellow Spring. Along the way, they encountered some other races, but they were easily defeated. The 9 nether heavenly domain was very vast. Although it was not as big as the Taiching heavenly domain, it was not much different. After flying for several days, a large river stretched across the land in front of them. The river was extremely wide, and one could not see the other side at a glance. The water in the river was yellow, sticky, and filled with a nauseating stench. This was the netherworld. It was said that the water of the Yellow Spring had a terrifying corrosive, devouring, and cursing power. Once they fell into the Yellow Spring, only death awaited them. It was said that even the Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses would be in danger if they fell into the Yellow Spring. As for the Yellow Spring, no one knew how long it was. No one really knew. No one knew where the source was, and no one knew where it flowed. Some people walked along the Yellow Spring and found that the Yellow Spring flowed into the eternal void. Along the void, it would pass through the passage between the Taiqing Heavenly Realm and the Hunyuan Heavenly Realm, which was the current battlefield. This was their hope, and they were going to advance along the Yellow Springs. Kill. A dense crowd of alien races had gathered by the Yellow Spring River, and they were charging toward them. Not good. It seems that the foreign tribes have guessed that we are coming to the Yellow Springs and have gathered a large number of experts here. Someone's expression changed. Kill them from the other side. One of the grand elders of the immemorial body cultivators shouted, and everyone rushed in another direction. However, not long after, a large number of foreign races also came from that direction. Charge! A grand elder shouted, and everyone rushed over. They were already at the edge of the Yellow Spring. There was only hope if they rushed over. The powerhouses from both sides collided fiercely. On Lu Ming's side, everyone below the rank of a marshal supreme had been kept into the small world. Those who were left outside were all powerhouses above the rank of a marshal supreme. With some of the strongest body cultivators, the Grand Supreme Elders, as the vanguard, they were like a sharp blade, charging into the non-humankind army. Countless alien races were killed and exploded. However, there were also powerhouses in the alien race, including those in the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Heavenly Emperor realm was too terrifying. Once they made a move, they could destroy the world. Lu Ming and the group's attacks were immediately blocked and their speed slowed down. Behind them, a large number of alien races charged forward, and the two sides were engaged in a bloody battle. Kill! Lu Ming roared and went berserk. The 9 types of laws covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the imperishable golden body. The inextinguishable golden body, coupled with Lu Ming's current physical strength, burst out with infinite power. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense. Like a war beast, he charged into the alien races and punched out with both fists. With every punch, at least a few alien races were blown up by Lu Ming. As long as he was not a great emperor, no matter what rank true emperor he would be killed in an instant by Lu Ming. Even if it was a rank 18 true emperor, it was the same. Lu Ming was now truly invincible among true emperors. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming had already killed countless alien races and his body was bathed in their blood. Slowly, they broke through the non-humankind's defense and came to the shore of the Yellow Spring. Bring out the Heavenspan battleship. One of the Grand Elders shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand and a battleship flew out, floating above the Yellow Spring. You guys control the ancestral battle bodies to defend against the alien races. We're going to activate the sky warship. A voice spread in all directions. Boom! Following that, the Grand Supreme Elder's body rumbled as a stream of vital energy and blood gushed out and entered the sky-reaching warship. Buzz! The warship trembled and buzzed. A terrifying aura emanated from it as it rapidly grew in size. It was impossible to leave the Yellow Springs without a powerful treasure. Once a person entered the netherworld and touched the water of the netherworld, only death awaited them. Even the celestial the Arch would be in danger. Only by relying on the ancestral treasure of the immemorial body cultivators, the sky-reaching battleship, could one enter the netherworld and ride on the sky-reaching battleship to the eternal void. Boom! Boom! Following that, a few more Grand Supreme Elders who were body cultivators stimulated their blood chi and surged it into the sky-reaching battleship. The trembling of the sky-reaching battleship became more and more intense, and its entire body glowed as it rapidly expanded. Stop them! Kill! 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 The alien race members roared. They charged over from all directions. There were 5 to 6 foreign races who were astonishingly powerful. They were all powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor realm. They walked in the air, emitting terrifying fluctuations. With a single blow, the heavens and earth would shatter. Their power was unimaginable. Block it! Some of the elders of the immemorial body cultivators roared. They were no match for them, so they could only rely on those zombies. They controlled the zombies and charged forward. Some of the zombies had the battle strength of the Heavenly Emperor realm and were able to resist the Heavenly Emperor of the alien race. However, they were outnumbered and were suppressed the moment they met. Bang! Bang! Some of the Great Emperor realm zombies were hit by the non-human Heavenly Emperor and exploded in the air. But now, he had no choice but to sacrifice these zombies to buy time for the Grand Elder. Buzz! After a while, the sky-reaching warship expanded to tens of thousands of meters in size and landed on the Yellow Spring River. Get on the sky-connecting battleship. We'll cover you. One of the Grand Elders roared and charged over to fight with the non-human Celestial Emperor. The other Grand Elders also rushed over. As for those with weaker cultivation bases, they charged towards the Heavenspan battleship. This was especially so for those who cultivated nomological laws. As their small worlds had a large population, the Archean body cultivators protected them and allowed them to board the sky-reaching warship first. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest also boarded the warship. Then, the others boarded the warship one after another. Only the Grand Supreme Elder and some powerful zombies fought with the other party. Chapter 2308 Back Retreat. The Supreme Elders of the immemorial body cultivators fought as they retreated. Don't let them go, stop them. One of the non-human Heavenly Emperors roared in anger as beams of destructive light shot out from his eyes. They were extremely terrifying as they blasted toward the body cultivator Grand Elder. The other non-human Celestial Emperors also launched a fierce attack. The Grand Supreme Elders who cultivated physical strength found it difficult to retreat to the ancient warship. Among the immemorial body cultivators, there was an old man who was a peerless expert. His battle prowess was terrifying. Unfortunately, the foreign race also had such an expert who was able to hold him back. And NBSP in the end, they had no choice but to order a few powerful zombies to launch a suicidal attack to temporarily hold back the enemy. The Grand Elders seized the opportunity to board the sky-reaching warship. Roar! Roar! However, a few powerful zombies were blocked by the other party and were besieged. Their indestructible bodies were torn apart. Let's go! The Heavenspan battleship rumbled and sailed toward the depths of the Yellow Spring. Stay! A total of 6 to 7 foreign races were chasing after them. They were all Heavenly Emperor existences. They didn't give up and unleashed terrifying attacks, wanting to blow up the sky-reaching battleship and bury all of them in the Yellow Springs. However, the body cultivators' Grand Elders joined forces and blocked the other party's attack. Moreover, one of the most powerful Grand Elders punched through the space, causing a Heavenly Emperor alien to spit out blood. He fell back toward the Yellow Spring River. Walala! The waves of the Yellow Spring River rolled up, and one of them hit the non-human Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor shrieked miserably as his body flew around in the sky. His burly body quickly withered. In the end, the Celestial Emperor managed to block the corrosion of the Netherworld's water, but his aura was weak and he almost died. The crowd gasped. The Yellow Spring water was indeed terrifying. Even a Heavenly Emperor would be severely injured if hit by the Yellow Spring's waves. What was the origin of this Yellow Spring water? How was it formed? Isn't that too terrifying? A heavenly emperor stood at the peak of this world. Although the foreign heavenly emperor was probably just an ordinary heavenly emperor, it was shocking that some netherworld water could seriously injure him. The other foreign celestial emperors all revealed looks of fear and didn't dare to pursue. If they were blasted into the Yellow Spring River, the consequences would be unpredictable. If a heavenly emperor was seriously injured by the waves, he would definitely die if he fell into the Yellow Spring River. The non-humans could only watch as the warship sailed into the depths of the Yellow Springs. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of the pursuit of the non-humans. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. They didn't know what material the sky-reaching warship was made of, but it could actually sail on the Yellow Spring River without being damaged by the water. Among the Archean body cultivators, a Grand Supreme Elder informed them that the sky-reaching battleship was found in an ancient ruin by an Archean body cultivator ancestor. Everyone could only let their imaginations run wild. What kind of ruin could obtain a treasure like the Heavenspan battleship? The sky-reaching warship was extremely huge. It sailed in the Yellow Spring River and followed the direction of the river water. No one knew where it was flowing to. Everyone could only wait patiently. A month later, the sky-connecting battleship had traveled a long distance, and there was nothing in front of it. He had reached the edge of the netherworld realm. However, the Yellow Spring River didn't stop. Instead, it flowed into the void. A river that wasn't on the ground but connected to the void was truly shocking. Everyone looked on in a daze. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the heavens and earth. The sky-reaching warship followed the Yellow Spring River and sailed into the void. They looked around and saw the dark void in all directions. The Yellow Spring River was like a passage, and they had no idea where it flowed to. At this point, all the Grand Elders perked up. It was recorded in the ancient books that the Yellow Spring River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. They had to concentrate and seize the fleeting opportunity to get out of here. Time passed day by day. They had no idea how far they had traveled in the dark void. The place was silent, as if it was eternal. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed and looked ahead in shock. The others also looked over. "That's..." Lu Ming was also shocked at what he saw. His eyes widened. In front of the Yellow Spring River, at an unknown distance, a mountain emerged. The mountain was in front of them, but no one was wrong. There was really a mountain. There's actually a huge mountain above the Yellow Spring River. I've never heard of it. An old man sighed. He was the Grand Elder of body cultivators, but he had never heard of such a thing. There was no such saying in the rumors about the Yellow Spring River in the past. There were mountains on the Yellow Spring River? The Heavenspan battleship continued forward, but the mountain was still floating in front of it. It didn't seem to be getting any closer. Could it be that that is the end of the Yellow Springs? Someone mumbled. The others were shocked. The end of the Yellow Springs was a mountain? This sounded really outrageous. "We're here, attack!" At this moment, a Grand Elder roared. His blood and chi were in turmoil as he threw a punch at the void to his right. The power of this punch was shockingly strong. As it was thrown out, the space exploded continuously like paper. At the same time, the other Supreme Elders also made their moves, constantly blasting in that direction. With so many experts attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. The space was completely torn apart, and the situation outside could be seen. Outside, it was a deathly silent land. The battlefield. It's that battlefield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could tell that it was the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. He could not be wrong. As expected, the Yellow Spring River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. The distance between this place and the battlefield was very thin, and it was forcibly opened by several Supreme Elders. "Let's go." A Grand Supreme Elder was steering the sky-reaching battleship toward the spatial gap. The cracks in the space were healing on their own. The other Grand Elders kept bombarding the cracks in the space. Boom! 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 The sky-reaching warship successfully left the Yellow Spring River and rushed into the gap. Not long after, the Heavenspan battleship charged out of the spatial gap and landed on a piece of land, stirring up a cloud of dust. "I'm back." Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was overjoyed. This was definitely the battlefield. After going around in a big circle, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield again and brought back a large number of experts. With the addition of this group of Archean body cultivators, the strength of Two World City would also increase. "Brother Lu Ming, we will follow you now." One of the Grand Supreme Elders waved his hand and the heaven-connecting battleship shrunk rapidly. He put it away and smiled at Lu Ming. Chapter 2309, The Lan Family's Banquet. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. None of them had been to the Tai Ching heavenly region or the battlefield before. Naturally, they had to rely on Lu Ming. "Seniors, follow me." Lu Ming identified the direction and headed in the direction of Two World City. The rest of the people followed him. The battlefield they were in was not the battlefield of the illusionary emperors, the battlefield of the true emperors, or the battlefield of the great sovereigns. It was an ordinary battlefield. Their auras were too powerful as they charged through the air with astonishing might. On the way, some alien races encountered them, and their expressions changed. They turned and ran, but they were killed with a single punch by the Archean body cultivator. They had encountered several waves of foreign races, but they were all killed by the enraged immemorial body cultivators. Right now, all of the Archean body cultivators were furious. Because of the foreign races, they had lost their homes and ancestral lands. Naturally, they were furious. Not long after, Two World City finally appeared in front of them. Thump! Boom! When Lu Ming and the rest approached, deafening war drums reverberated above Two World City. On the city walls, there was a flash of light and figures appeared one after another. It was obvious that the experts above Two World City had already discovered them. However, there were too many of them, and many of their auras were too strong. This naturally raised the alert of Two World City. Everyone, were on the same side, were the living beings of the heaven realm. Someone shouted. "Who are you people?" A voice rang out from Two World City. The people in Two World City were also very surprised. Although there were many heaven realm creatures on the battlefield outside the Two World City, there were not as many of them. Furthermore, some of them had extremely strong auras, and they were all unfamiliar to him. This was shocking. "Everyone, I'm Lu Ming." At this moment, Lu Ming walked out and said loudly. "What? Lu Ming?" The people in Two World City were clearly shocked. Didn't Lu Ming die? He actually appeared again. Could it be that he's not dead and the rumors are false? Then who are those people beside him? The Two World City was abuzz with discussion. "Everyone, these are our own people. Open the formation and let us in." Lu Ming said loudly. "Lu Ming, you can come in, but we need to report the others. We don't know where they come from. If we let them in rashly, we can't bear the consequences if something happens." A tall and sturdy man said. 111 Take responsibility. At this moment, a voice came from Two World City. As soon as the voice fell, a few figures appeared on the Two World City. The leader was the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at Lu Ming, his face filled with joy. "They're all humans or divine beasts from the heaven realm. They're definitely not from the foreign races. Activate the formation and let them in." Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Yes. The others obeyed. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor was a Heavenly Emperor, and not an ordinary one at that. His combat strength was extremely powerful, second only to those at the Heavenly Venerable rank. No one dared to disobey his orders. Soon, the light shield outside Two World City began to ripple, and a huge gap appeared. Enter. Lu Ming was the first to rush in. The others followed suit. Not long after, everyone had entered Two World City. The light shield outside the Two World City closed up again. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. There were rumors that you were dead, but one didn't believe it at all. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu walked over and laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. Then, he looked at the Archean body cultivator, Ren Chan, and the others, and asked, Lu Ming, who are they? The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor was extremely shocked. Because some of them made his heart palpitate, and he felt a strong pressure. He had never seen these people before, which made him quite shocked and curious. They're from 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Region. They're from the Immemorial Body Cultivators. Lu Ming gave a brief introduction. At the same time, he told them about his experience. The Immemorial Body Cultivator lineage. Heavenly Emperor Hengye's pupils contracted as he cupped his fists at the Supreme Elders of the Archean Body Cultivator. Im Hengyu. Greetings, fellow Taoists. You're welcome. The old body cultivator also nodded politely. Lu Ming, one didn't expect that you would come to the 10,000 spirit realm when there were rumors that you had died. It's amazing. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sighed. Senior Hengyu, were the people who said one had died from the Lan family or the Yen family? Lu Ming said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That's right. They also said that you killed your fellow cultivators in the heaven realm for treasures. They saw you and wanted to take you down, but they accidentally rushed into a broken small world, and that small world collapsed in the end. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Hee, the Lan family and the Yen family are really shameless. They were the ones who wanted to kill me and take my indestructible ancient scroll. They also killed the people in the heaven realm and put the blame on me. Lu Ming's voice was cold. He was filled with killing intent at the thought of Bai Tai's death. I knew it. As expected, the Lan and Yen families are doing very well. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was also enraged upon hearing this, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Since I've returned, I must take revenge. I'll make a trip to the Lan family and the Yen family. Lu Ming said coldly. Even if it wasn't for anything else, he must avenge Bai Tai's death. He wouldn't let off a single one of those who had attacked him. Lu Ming, the Lan family and the Yen family are not in Two World City now. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Not in Two World City? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The headquarters of the Lan family and the Yen family are not in the Two World City, but in the central region of the Tai Ching Heavenly Region. The Two World City is just their station. In the past 2 years, the alien races have stopped their attacks and the number of wars has decreased. Therefore, some of the experts of the Lan family and the Yen family are not here. Recently, Lan Xia, the pride of the Lan family, is going to marry Yuanyi. They'll hold a grand banquet and countless experts will gather in the Lan family. They'll all be in the central region of the Taiching Heavenly Region. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. Lan Xia and Yuanyi, 2 of the 9 absolutes. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He had heard of these 2 names before. They were 2 of the 9 absolutes of the Heaven Realm's younger generation. They were both peerless geniuses. Especially Yuanyi, who was ranked second among the 9 absolutes. Many people said that he had the chance to become the first among the 9 absolutes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the Tianyuan world. Lan Xia is the proud daughter of the Lan family and Lan Yun's elder sister. Her marriage with Shenhuang can be said to be a powerful alliance and has attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the Lan family has invited most of the Heaven Realm's proud children. There will be a grand event. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. When will they get married? Lu Ming asked. Half a month later. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Chapter 2310 Returning to Primal Chaos Palace, in half a month? The Lan and Yen families will have to pay the price eventually. Lu Ming muttered, his voice getting colder and colder. Lu Ming, don't act rashly. The Lan family is by no means comparable to ordinary forces. The Lan family is an extremely ancient family with a deep foundation and many experts. There's not only a heavenly emperor in Lan City. It's said that the Lan family also has an old ancestor who's a peerless powerhouse in the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said with a serious expression. However, Lu Ming's eyes were firm and he was unmoved. In addition, the Lan family has existed for countless years and is on good terms with many major forces. For example, the Yen family. The Yen family is just an ordinary major force. They have a celestial the Arch in charge and have a marriage relationship with the Lan family. The two families are very close. In addition, there are many forces similar to the Yen family who are on good terms with the Lan family. This time, they will all rush over. If you rush over, I'm afraid you will suffer a great loss. So, if you want to go, you must be careful. If you really want to go, I'll go with you. However, the other celestial emperors of the primordial realm have to guard Two World City, so I'm afraid they can't leave. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor explained the structure of the Lan family's forces and their general strength to Lu Ming. However, seeing the determination in Lu Ming's eyes, he knew that Lu Ming had already made up his mind and had agreed to go with him. Many thanks, Senior Hengyu, thank you. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude. If I want to go, I naturally have to be confident. After saying this, he walked towards the supreme elders of the immemorial body cultivators and cupped his fists. Seniors, this junior has a matter that he would like to ask you for help with. If there's anything you need our old bones for, just say it. An old man laughed heartily. He was very forthright. I would like to invite the few seniors to follow me to a place. Lu Ming told her that he was going to the Lan family. No problem. The supreme elders of the Archean body cultivators agreed. Ever since Lu Ming had displayed his unparalleled talent in physical cultivation, they had regarded him highly. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Ming that they were able to enter Two World City this time. If Lu Ming was in trouble, they would naturally help him. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor also smiled. He knew that these old men were extremely terrifying. With their help, their chances of success would be much greater. Lu Ming, I'll help them arrange a place to stay. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Senior Hengyu, is there any place that's vast and uninhabited? This time, quite a few body cultivators have come, and they're all in our small world. Lu Ming said. Oh, how many people are there? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu asked. About 30 billion people. Lu Ming said. Oh, only 30 billion? That's easy. There's a vast, uninhabited mountain range not far from Two World City. It's enough for them to live in. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu pondered for a moment before he thought of a place. 30 billion people seemed like a lot, but to the vast territory of the Tai Ching Heaven, it was just a drop in the ocean. The population of the Tai Ching Heavenly region was simply uncountable. Any small region would have more than tens of billions of people. Not long after, they set out and came to a vast and boundless mountain range. This mountain range stretched for millions of miles and accommodated 30 billion people. At once, Lu Ming and the people from the small world moved their minds and a large number of people appeared in the mountain range. Then, an archaic body cultivator went up to make arrangements. Everyone cut down wood, moved stone, and repaired the houses. Most of the immemorial body cultivators were extremely powerful, so it was extremely easy for them to do this. He believed that in a few days, they would be able to completely settle down here. Ren Chan and the others also chose a place to settle down. Their eyes were somewhat sad. Their small world had a large population, but now, not many had come. Many had died in battle. In particular, some of the top experts were not here. Lu Ming discussed with the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and the rest. They decided that it would not be too late to visit the Lan family in a few days. Lu Ming returned to Two World City and met Mulan. Mulan was naturally overjoyed to see Lu Ming. The two of them reminisced for a while before Lu Ming returned to his residence, planning to have a good rest. I wonder if the Primal Chaos Hall can be contacted now. Lu Ming then thought of the Chaos Hall and took out the Primordial Chaos token. He didn't expect the Mixed Energy token to move. Lu Ming was overjoyed and he channeled the world energy into it. Buzz! The Primordial Chaos token vibrated and a beam of light appeared, enveloping Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. That feeling was as if he was taking a long-distance teleportation array. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at a hall. It was the Primal Chaos Palace. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, there was a flash of light in the Chaos Palace. There were a total of 9 figures, each of them emitting different colors. Earth 1, Gold 1, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Greetings, young master. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the rest bowed to Lu Ming. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming quickly waved his hands. Courtesy cannot be disregarded. Young master has already defeated Yuan Xian, the son of chaos. Furthermore, you have become a great emperor with many types of nomological laws and even mastered many types of ultimate laws. Such talent is unprecedented. In the future, you will be the master of the Chaos Palace and our young master. Earth 1 said with a serious expression. You guys, have you heard of me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course. The Primal Chaos Palace is in the Tai Ching Heavenly region. The young master's reputation has spread throughout the Tai Ching Heavenly region. Of course, we've heard of him. Earth 1 said with a smile. The Primal Chaos Hall is in the Tai Ching Heavenly region? Then why couldn't I contact you guys before? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Primal Chaos Hall was in the Tai Ching Heavenly region. This wasn't hard to guess. Back then, he was able to enter the Primal Chaos Hall from the Origin continent. It wasn't hard to guess that the Primal Chaos Hall was in the Tai Ching Heavenly region. That was because only the Tai Ching Heavenly region had a passageway that was connected to the Yuan continent. Hunyuan's sect was probably also in the Tai Ching Heavenly region. Lu Ming was curious. Previously, he could not contact Earth 1 and the rest. Now, he could contact them. Young Lord, there are 2 battlefields in the Tai Ching Heavenly region. The Chaotic Palace is near one of them. More than 10 years ago, the foreign races suddenly launched a large-scale invasion. An intense battle broke out on that battlefield. We brought the Primal Chaos Palace to participate in the battle and cut off the outside world senses. That's why you didn't attack us. 2E explained. The other 8 people also nodded. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. So that was the case. Recently, the alien races had not invaded. Therefore, Lu Ming could contact Earth 1 and the rest again. Seniors, one would like to ask you about the Chaos Scripture, Lu Ming asked. The Chaos Scripture that he had seemed to be incomplete. Young Master, the Chaos Sutra you have is indeed incomplete. There's only the part before you become a divine emperor. The part after you become a divine emperor was supposed to be given to you after you become a divine emperor, but now that you've become a true divine emperor, it's natural that one give it to you. Young master, follow me. With that, 2E walked in one direction. Lu Ming followed him and came to a secret room. Chapter 2311. Heading to the Lan family. In the secret room, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. It was the figure of the Chaos the Arch. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Instantly, a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The Chaos Scripture. Lu Ming muttered. This piece of information was the latter part of the Chaos Scripture. It recorded the derivations of the Chaos Scripture, a series of superpowers, and the combination of various laws. Among them, the laws of chaos were the main. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and comprehended it in detail. The Chaos Scripture contains 18 types of laws, which is similar to the indestructible ancient scroll. Unfortunately, it only focuses on one type of chaos law, which is not suitable for me. However, there are many things in it that one can learn from. Lu Ming pondered. The Chaos Scripture contained 18 laws. Among the 18 types of laws, Lu Ming only had 4 of them. In the future, if Lu Ming wanted to master more laws, he could deduce other laws based on the Chaos Scripture. It would be faster than comprehending them alone. Also, Lu Ming could try to cultivate some of the divine abilities in order to increase his means of fighting his enemies. Of course, Lu Ming's main cultivation direction still had to rely on himself to comprehend and explore. After all, he controlled many ultimate maxims. If he wanted to exert the strongest power of these maxims, he had to explore on his own. After all, since ancient times, no one had mastered multiple ultimate maxims at the same time. A day later, Lu Ming stopped his comprehension. He was not in a hurry now. When he had time in the future, he would choose a few magical power techniques to cultivate. Lu Ming returned to the main hall where Earth 1 and the other 9 were waiting. 2E, what's your cultivation level? Lu Ming asked curiously. The 9 of us belong to 9 different elements, and we are all in the Heavenly Emperor realm. 2E replied. Heavens. The Celestial Emperor? Lu Ming started to nod subconsciously. However, he immediately came to his senses and his mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded. Earth 1, Gold 1, Wood 1, there were a total of 9 people, and they were all in the form of puppets. Lu Ming had previously thought that Earth 1 and the rest might be at the Great Emperor realm. He had even thought that they might be peak Great Emperors. However, he had never expected that they were all at the Heavenly Emperor realm. 9 Heavenly Emperors, what kind of terrifying power was this? The Primal Chaos Hall was only one of the 9 great halls of the Hunyuan sect. Even if the Primal Chaos Emperor was extremely powerful, it was still shocking to see 9 Heavenly Emperor realm puppets. From this, it could be seen how shocking the Hunyuan sect's strength was at its peak. Ha ha ha, good, that's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of Earth 1 and the rest, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Primal Chaos Hall, is there anyone else other than you? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, but they're all puppets. There are 1,000 of us in each of the 9 elements. Our names are from 1 to 1,000, from the Martial Royal Realm to the Heavenly Emperor Realm. Earth 1 said. Lu Ming nodded. Back then, 2E had sent Tu Qian to follow him to the Divine Wilderness Continent. Even now, Tu Qian was still guarding the Divine Wilderness Continent. Seniors, I'll go back first. One have something that one need your help with. In few days, I'll go to the Lan family in the central region of the Tai Ching Heavenly region. Lu Ming told them about the Lan family and invited Earth 1 and the rest to help. Earth One and the rest naturally agreed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With Earth One and the rest helping him, he would definitely make the Lan family pay the price this time. After that, a wave of energy enveloped his body. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his original place. It seems like there's something similar to a teleportation array on the mixed energy token. As long as it's activated, it'll activate the teleportation array on it. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not cultivate. He had a good rest. A few days later, Lu Ming, the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor, and the 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the Archean Body Cultivators headed for the central part of the Tai Ching Heavenly Region with Lu Ming. The Tai Ching Heavenly Region was vast and boundless, not smaller than the entire Yuan continent. It was roughly divided into 5 regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. The Lan family was in the Central region. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor brought Lu Ming along. With the speed of the Heavenly Emperors, they arrived at the Blue Moon City where the Lan family was located in a few hours. Blue Moon City was an ancient city that completely belonged to the Lan family. This was the Lan family's headquarters. The Lan family had been rooted here for countless years. During this period of time, Blue Moon City was unusually lively and packed with people. The marriage of the Lan family's proud daughter of heaven and the second-ranked genius of the 9 uniques was a big event. Moreover, they heard that the Lan family had invited a large number of geniuses. Many people guessed that there would be a grand event, so they naturally came to watch the fun. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor and the others concealed their auras and walked into the Blue Moon City like ordinary people. They found an inn and asked for information. There are so many Heaven's favorites this time. Most of the famous Heaven's favorites from the primordial realm are here. The Lan family actually has such a big face to be able to invite so many Heaven's favorites? Someone asked. What do you know? It's been a long time since the Heaven realm has had such a grand event. Since the selection of the 9 uniques more than a decade ago, some of the top Heaven's favorites haven't fought with each other. This time, one can take advantage of this opportunity to fight with each other. Also, I heard that the Lan family has paid a huge price this time. Whoever can get first place this time will be rewarded with Lu Chaos Gems. What? Lu Chaos Gems, what a great deal. Many people were shocked. The Lan family actually wanted to take out Lu Chaos Gems as a reward for the first place. This was definitely a big deal. Back then, outside Two World City, Lu Ming had captured the prince of the other party in exchange for 100 Chaos Gems. The Lan family has really put in a lot of effort. Does the Lan family want to push Yuanyi to the throne of number 1? That's right. Yuanyi is ambitious and has long wanted to challenge Lin Xiaofan and take the first place. This time, he most likely wants to take this opportunity to defeat Lin Xiaofan. This way, the Lu Stones of Chaos will not be wasted, and his reputation will be pushed to the peak. The Lan family has a good plan, but aren't they afraid that Yuanyi will lose to Lin Xiaofan? If that's the case, well, suffer a double loss. That's why this time, there will most likely be a peak confrontation. That's why so many people have come, and also why so many Heaven's favorites have come. In the restaurant, many people were drinking and talking loudly. Lu Ming and the rest had obtained a lot of information. Lu Chaos Gems. One can't miss this. A glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he smiled. It seemed that there would be extra gains this time. Seniors, it seems like we don't have to rush to visit. Let's get the Lu Chaos Gems first. Lu Ming said with a smile. After drinking for a while, they left the place and found a restaurant to stay in. Days passed, and soon, it was the day of Lan Xia and Yuanyi's wedding. On this day, Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to change his appearance and aura. Chapter 2311 Head of the Nine Absolutes. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, no one in the Great Emperor realm would be able to tell that he had cast the Divine Breath technique. Even the ordinary Heavenly Emperor-level figures could only see that Lu Ming was in disguise. They could not see through his real appearance. Lu Ming did not plan to reveal his true form right from the start. If he did, the Lan family would definitely not let him get the 100 Stones of Chaos. He had to change his identity and get the Chaos Gem first. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor went first, followed by him and the few body cultivators. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at a square. The square was hundreds of miles long and wide, but it was already filled with feasts. Many people were casually sitting at the banquet. "Guys, look over there. That's the prodigy area." On the side, people were chatting. Lu Ming looked over and noticed that there was an area to the north of the square where many young talents were seated. Long Chen, Phoenix Spirit, Desolate Power, and Bubbles. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw many familiar faces. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Apart from Bubbles, he had not seen the others for many years. However, now was not the time to reminisce. It would not be too late to reminisce after this matter. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw other people. For example, the Eternal Star River, Yuan Xian, Bao De, Ao Ku, Tian Ming. Most of the top geniuses of the primordial realm had come. The others were all from the heaven realm, such as those who had followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm during the Battle of the Ten Lands. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that there were countless banquets in the square and they were divided into many different areas. The place they were sitting in was just an ordinary area. Lu Ming did not mind and waited quietly. "Look, it's one of the 9 absolutes, the Black Tortoise Forest. There's also Fu Lu and Yuanyi." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. A few figures were flying in the air, full of a high and mighty attitude. They looked down at the crowd and landed in the area where the young geniuses were. Lu Ming had seen a few of them before. Black Tortoise Forest, Bald Youth, Fu Lu, they were all heaven's favorites among the 9 absolutes. Their talents were shocking and their future achievements were unimaginable. "It's Lin Xiaofan." Lin Xiaofan really came. Immediately after, there was an even greater uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were on a young man in the sky. Lin Xiaofan was ranked first among the 9 uniques. In the past, he was the strongest Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven realm. He stood at the peak of countless Heaven's Pride experts and was invincible. He was also someone Yuanyi had always wanted to defeat. Lin Xiaofan, dressed in black and carrying a long knife on his back, landed in the area of the younger generation with a cold face. "Brother Lin! Brother Lin!" Many people went up to say hello to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly in response, then sat there and closed his eyes to rest. Many people were excited. Lin Xiaofan was here. This time, he would definitely have a duel with Yuanyi to determine the winner. More than a decade ago, the two of them had a clash and had a battle of their best. In the end, Lin Xiaofan won and defeated Yuanyi. Yuanyi had always wanted to defeat Lin Xiaofan and prove that he was the best in the world. This time, the Lan family had mobilized so many people and had really taken out 100 chaos gems to push Yuanyi to the peak. They were very confident. Therefore, many people wanted to know who would win this time. The Yen clan Celestial Emperor has descended. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo clan has descended. The Lord of the Vast Expanse Hall has arrived. At this time, voices spread across the entire area. Everyone fell silent. The Heavenly Emperor descended, and all living beings were silent. In the sky, many figures stepped on the air and arrived. From the east, the Heavenly Emperor of the Yen clan was leading the experts of the Yen clan. From the west, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo clan arrived with his experts. These celestial emperors and the powerhouses who had come with them descended in the northernmost area. That was the VIP area, and only those of high status could sit there. These forces were all on good terms with the Lan family. For example, the Yen family and the Luo family were all related to the Lan family by marriage. After that, more and more powerful forces descended. Some of them even sent a heavenly emperor. During this period of time, the foreign tribes had retreated and did not attack again, which was why these heavenly emperors had the time to come here. Haha, thank you all for coming. I'm sorry I didn't come out to welcome you. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a group of people flew over from the depths of Blue Moon City. The leader of the group was the Lan family's master, the heavenly emperor powerhouse, Lan Sheng. Behind Lan Sheng was a large number of Lan family experts. Among them, Lan Yun was shockingly among them. Beside Lan Sheng, there were two young men and women, who attracted the attention of many people. They were the main characters of the day, Lan Xia and Yuanyi, two of the 9 Ju. Brother Lan, congratulations. Congratulations to the Lan family for getting a son-in-law. The Yen clan Celestial the Arch and the others stood up to congratulate him. Many thanks. Everyone, please take a seat. Lan Sheng waved his hand. Today, Lan Xia, the Lan family's prodigy, is married to Yuanyi. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony and enjoy your meal. Lan Sheng said with a smile. Immediately after, countless people flew out and served wine and food on all the tables. After that, it was time for the grand wedding. The crowd waited patiently. They all knew that the main event was only after the ceremony. Not long after, the ceremony was over. Lan Sheng stood up, faced everyone, and said, "This time, I would like to thank everyone for coming, especially the young geniuses. Since most of them are here, why don't we take this opportunity to spar and let us old guys see the glory of the young generation?" That's good. After the battle more than 10 years ago, the geniuses rarely fought with each other. They were all cultivating. Today is a good time to see the results of their cultivation. Today is the golden age, and the prodigies have gathered. Now, there are even more prodigies from the primordial realm. The stars are truly dazzling. Many people nodded and revealed looks of anticipation. The young heaven's favorites were also sizing each other up. Faint battle intent was spreading out. For example, Shenhuang Lu's gaze fell on Lin Xiaofan, and he did not hide his strong fighting spirit. In his eyes, only Lin Xiaofan was worth his time. This time, the Lan family will also take out some prizes as a reward. The first place winner will be rewarded with 100 chaos gems. No matter who lives first, my Lan family will not go back on our word. Lan Sheng continued, and his voice echoed throughout the entire area. Lin Xiaofang's eyes lit up. He had come for the 100 chaos gems. Who wouldn't be tempted by 100 chaos gems? However, the other elites sighed. They understood that they were not fated to get the 100 stones of chaos. With Lin Xiaofan and Yuanyi around, they would not be able to get first. Most of the paragons were not here for the 100 chaos gems. They were only here to spar with the other paragons. Chapter 23:13. The challenge begins. Everyone's eyes turned, each with their own thoughts. "Senior, what are the rules of this competition?" someone asked. "There are no rules. Whoever wants to fight can come up and challenge whoever you want. There are no rules. It's a free-for-all battle." Lan Sheng explained with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and a huge fighting ring appeared in the middle of the square. There was no banquet in the middle of Rhe Square. It was obvious that it was for sparring. "Now, who's going to fight first?" Lan Sheng said. "Then I'll start by throwing the brick to guide the jade." A voice was heard. Then, a young man in white rushed up the fighting ring. This young man's gaze swept across the area of the younger generation, and his voice resounded throughout the entire place. "Fang Han, come up and fight. I'm not afraid of you." The person who was challenged shouted and rushed up the fighting ring. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them were just ordinary Heaven's favorites. They were not top-tier Heaven's favorites because they did not control an ultimate law. The laws they controlled were King Path laws. Both of them were at the empty Emperor realm. They exchanged blows and the battle was extremely intense. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, the young man in white who went up the stage was more skilled and won. The challenges continued, but the ones who started were all ordinary geniuses. The geniuses who had mastered an ultimate law did not fight. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Desolate Force, and Huang Ling all challenge others. Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the others had not comprehended an ultimate law. They had only comprehended King Path laws. After not seeing each other for many years, their strength had also made great progress. They had mastered 3 to 4 King Path laws and their cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star Void Emperor. Those who were not born to be children of God would not be able to comprehend an ultimate law after becoming a sovereign. The difficulty was extremely high. However, as long as Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the others had not become emperors, they would have the opportunity to comprehend the ultimate maxim. Around the square, many important figures were drinking and chatting, watching with interest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, almost all the ordinary paragons had fought. Finally, a paragon who had mastered an ultimate law came to fight. Many people immediately perked up and watched carefully. A battle between top Heaven's favorites was more exciting. At the same cultivation level, one's combat power was stronger than normal Heaven's favorites. Lu Ming saw Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and Xing Hengyi making their moves. Their talents were definitely top-notch, and they had all defeated their opponents one by one. This was especially true for Heng Xinghe, who had challenged several people in a row and won. However, Lu Ming did not make a move. His goal was 100 Chaos Gems. There was no use in making a move now. He just had to wait until the end. Boom! Suddenly, a tall and burly figure rushed up the fighting ring. His entire body was black, like an iron tower. Violent virtue. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. After not seeing him for many years, Bao De had become many times stronger. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. Body cultivators. I didn't think that there would be a prodigy of the body cultivator branch outside. Beside Lu Ming, a few elders who were Archean body cultivators suddenly became interested. They stared at Bao De and sized him up curiously. Bao De was like a wild dragon, and his gaze finally swept to a gray-robed young man. "You, come up and fight." Bao De's voice echoed throughout the entire area. The gray-robed young man was the one who had followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm. Furthermore, he had also cultivated the primordial cultivation system. Back then, the gray-robed youth had challenged Bao De, Ao Ku, and the ancient devil by himself and had easily defeated them. Bao De had always been brooding over this. Now that he had cultivated for many years and his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to challenge the other party and regain his face. Buzz! The gray-robed young man rushed up the fighting ring. "This time, I will defeat you alone." Bao De's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was like a giant beast with a terrifying aura. "Make your move." The gray-robed young man spoke, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Boom! The two of them moved at the same time, and they collided fiercely. A deafening boom erupted in the fighting ring, and the two figures were forced to retreat. The first move was a tie. Again. The two of them clashed again. Many people were watching with great interest. Even some of the great Emperor Realm and Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses were watching seriously. That was because the two of them cultivated the immemorial system. Bao De, an immemorial body cultivator. The gray-robed young man, primordial martial arts. The two of them fought the strong head-on and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Over the years, Bao De had become much stronger than before. He was actually able to fight with the gray-robed youth, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. One had to know that the gray-robed young man had easily defeated them back then. This reminded Lu Ming of Celestial Emperor Kong Yin's words. Some of the Primordial Realm's top prodigies were as talented as the Heaven Realm's prodigies. It was just that they had limited resources, so their cultivation levels were weaker. That was why their combat strength was far inferior to the Heaven Realm's prodigies. But now, the Primordial Realm's prodigies had received the Heaven Realm's resources, and their cultivation levels had quickly caught up. Now, they could truly fight against the Heaven Realm's prodigies. This brat He is not bad. An old Archean body cultivator next to Lu Ming said with an interested expression. He's indeed not bad. The physical cultivation technique he practices isn't very brilliant, but he has such achievements. He's indeed a peerless talent in physical cultivation. If he's properly trained, his achievements will be limitless. Another old man said. It was obvious that the elders had a strong interest in brutal virtue. Roar. On the fighting ring, Bao De roared like a mad beast. His attacks were crazy. Towards the end, he even ignored his own defense and attacked crazily, adopting a fighting style where both sides would suffer. This made the gray-robed young man's face turn serious. In the end, he exchanged a few moves with Bao De in a row, and then floated backward, out of the fighting ring. "I'm done, I admit defeat," the gray-robed youth said before returning to his seat. Ha ha ha. Bao De grinned and laughed wildly. Finally, his gaze swept over the other young men. He still wanted to fight. Bao De, that's enough. Now it's my turn. A voice was heard. Then, a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was Creek. Bao De chuckled and got off the fighting ring. Then, he challenged a Heaven Realm's proud son of heaven. Furthermore, he had also defeated his opponent. What do these people from the Primordial Realm want to do? You all want to challenge the Heaven Realm's prodigies? In the area for young Heaven's favorites, a young man said coldly. The expressions of many Heaven Realm paragons changed slightly as they looked at the Primordial Realm paragons, such as Ming, Yuan, and Bubbles. However, Ming and Yuan didn't say anything. They just stared at the fighting ring. Meanwhile, Bubbles turned her head and looked around, not looking at the others. Chapter 23:14. The battle for the most powerful Void Emperor. Next, Ancient Devil made his move. He also defeated an opponent. This made some of the Heaven Realm's elites' faces turn ugly. Buzz. Another figure rushed up the fighting ring. Yuan in. Many people's gazes moved, especially those who knew the inside story. In the Primordial Realm, Yuan was the top genius, ranked third. Over the years, as the Primordial Realm's prodigies continued to grow, their influence in the Heaven Realm also grew. Lu Ming had become a Saint Emperor with many laws. This was unprecedented and shook the Heaven Realm. As for Ming, Bubbles, and the others, their strength increased rapidly and their fame grew among the younger generation in the Heaven Realm. Naturally, there were more people who went to understand the geniuses of the Primordial Realm. The battle results of the Ten Lands battle back then were also exposed, and many people knew about it. Yuan was ranked third in the Primordial Realm back then, second only to Lu Ming and Ming. His talent was absolutely shocking, and even in the Heaven Realm, he was the top. Some people even thought that he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Nine Ju in the future. Who was he going to challenge now? Yuan Xin's eyes fell on Ming. Ming, come out and fight. Yuan Xin's voice rang out. Many people were surprised. Many people thought that Yuan Xian would also challenge the Heaven Realm's proud sons of heaven. They didn't expect that he would challenge Ming. That year, in the Battle of the 10 Lands of the Yuan continent, Yuan Xian was defeated by Ming. He must want to challenge and defeat him. Indeed. Many people nodded. Ming, dressed in white, was elegant and handsome, attracting the attention of many young women. He stood up, took a step forward, and landed on the fighting ring. Yuanxin, you weren't my match back then, and now, you're even less of a match for me. Ming said indifferently. He was full of confidence in himself. Don't be too full of yourself. Today, I will defeat you and prove that I'm stronger than you. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. Otherwise, would also defeat him and prove to everyone who is the number one in the primordial realm. Yuan Xian said, her eyes shining with a strong desire to fight. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he could only get third place in the Battle of the 10 Lands back then. He was unwilling to give up, and he wanted to take back his throne as the number one in the primordial realm. Make your move. Ming said indifferently. His face was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't take Yuan Xin's words to heart. Boom! Yuan Xian burst out with a powerful aura. It was much stronger than when he fought Lu Ming in Yaoguang ancient city. There were 4 different types of laws on his body, and they rushed toward Ming. With the chaos laws as the leader, the 4 different types of laws formed a terrifying superpower. Boom! Yuan Xian threw a punch, and mountains of chaos pressed down on Ming. A dazzling white light spread out from Ming's body. He pointed out a finger, and a bright light burst out, blasting toward those mountains. Boom! 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 The mountain created by Ming fell apart and exploded. Defeat! Then, Ming suddenly took a step forward and pressed down with his finger. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed down on Yuan Xian. At the same time, a bright light spread toward Yuan Xian like a stormy sea. This was also a terrifying divine ability. With the laws of fate as the main source and the addition of other laws, the power was astonishing. Die! Yuan Xian roared as he unleashed all his strength and attacked madly. However, his attacks were constantly being shattered and disintegrated by the light emitted by the heaven's will finger. In the end, those rays of light hit Yuan Xian. Yuan Xin's body trembled violently, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood as she was sent flying out of the battle platform. The entire venue fell silent. Many people looked at Ming in shock, especially the proud children of heaven from the primordial realm. They were the most surprised. Ming's strength was too terrifying. He had actually defeated Yuan Xian in just a few moves. Back then, during the Battle of the Primordial Realm's 10 Lands, Ming had to use many moves to defeat Yuan Xian. He had even used his ultimate move to defeat Yuan Xian. But now, he had easily defeated Yuan Xian. Obviously, Ming's improvement speed had far surpassed Yuan Xin's. No, that's impossible. Standing in the air, Yuan Xian was at a loss, clearly unable to accept all this. This time, he had wanted to defeat Ming and prove to everyone that he was the number one in the primordial realm. However, the final result was that he had suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, it had only been a few moves, and he had lost miserably. His strength was far from Ming's. Yuanxin, you're too weak. Ming said indifferently. His words caused Yuan Xian to spit out another mouthful of blood, and her body swayed. Then, Ming stopped looking at him and looked at the other young heaven's favorites. When Tianming's gaze swept over them, except for Jiu, the other young men's faces all changed. From the attack just now, Tianming's strength was simply unfathomable. No one knew what level he had reached. Who would he challenge next? In the end, the heavenly general's eyes fell on one of the young men. Oh, Ming. He had always been known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Heaven Realm. Of course, ever since Lu Ming rose to power, he was no longer the strongest Void Emperor. Back then, when Lu Ming became a Void Emperor, he defeated him with a single spear. Was Tianming going to challenge Yibing? Oh Yabing, come out and fight. As expected, Tianming's voice sounded. You're overestimating yourself. Oh Yabing said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Back then, he had suffered a crushing defeat at Lu Ming's hands, and his reputation had been greatly reduced. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of the prodigies from the primordial realm, who were the same as Lu Ming. Now, Tianming actually wanted to challenge him again. He would give Tianming an unforgettable lesson. Bang! Tianming took a step forward, and his body burst out with a shocking light. Following that, he pointed out with his finger. A dazzling light shot towards Yiming. Divine Weapon Seal Technique, Heaven's Will. Yabing shouted as he quickly formed a seal with his hands. A giant tower was formed and pressed down on Tianming. Boom! The giant tower and the light from the heavens will finger clashed together, creating a shocking explosion. After that, the giant tower formed by Yabing started to shake crazily. It emitted a cracking sound and was covered in cracks. Yabing's expression changed. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a vase appeared. From the mouth of the vase, a large amount of sword chi was spat out. Then, another saber appeared and slashed toward Tianming. The River of Fate. At this moment, Tianming used his ultimate move, the River of Fate. He stood in the River of Fate as if he was immortal and could control fate. Tianming's move was much stronger than before. Back then, it had only been a single law of fate, but now, other laws had been added in, and its power was astonishing. Boom! 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 Tianming and Yabing were engaged in an intense battle. The two of them each used their own techniques and ultimate moves, constantly clashing. On the fighting stage, all kinds of weapons flew around and all kinds of light burst forth. Chapter 2315 Bubble Strength. In the blink of an eye, Tianming and Yibing had exchanged dozens of moves. At this moment, Tianming was actually starting to gain the upper hand. Tianming, what terrifying combat strength! He can actually suppress Yiming. Many people were shocked. One must know that Yabing was the strongest illusionary emperor among the younger generation in the Heaven Realm. Back then, although he was defeated by Lu Ming, it was only because Lu Ming was too freakish and not because Yibing was weak. And now, even Destiny was able to suppress Yibing. Tianming, as expected of the second-ranked genius of the primordial realm. He's too shocking, and his talent is terrifying. That's right. If the primordial realm had not produced an even more abnormal Lu Ming, he would have been invincible. The laws of fate, every single one of them is abnormal. Once they grow, their achievements will be limitless. The surroundings were filled with the sound of discussion. Many people sighed. Destiny talent was terrifying. In the future, he would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ninju and even surpass some of the Ninju. However, everyone thought of Lu Ming immediately. Although Destiny was strong, it was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. It was not that Destiny was not strong, but Lu Ming was too abnormal and could not be understood with common sense. Ah! 11 Yabing roared in anger. He was actually being suppressed by the heavenly fate. He was unwilling to accept this and wanted to erupt with all his strength. He attacked madly, wanting to turn the situation around. He formed all kinds of divine weapons and attacked Ming. Unfortunately, these divine weapons kept exploding and shattering under the attack of Ming. The more Ming fought, the stronger he became. His advantage continued to increase and he completely suppressed Yiming. Bang! In the end, Yabing was sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying out of the battle stage. Yabing had been defeated. This heaven's favorite, who had been known as the #1 Void Emperor, had been defeated once again. What powerful strength! The primordial realm really produced a few prodigies. Other than Lu Ming, Ming should be the strongest among the Void Thearchs. Yes, among the Void Emperors, no one is a match. Many people were discussing that Tianming's reputation had reached its peak. Some of the 9 absolutes looked at Ming with a serious expression. When Ming became a true emperor in the future, he would definitely be a huge threat to them. However, Yuanyi in Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were calm and revealed great confidence. Ming didn't continue the challenge. He left the fighting ring and returned to his seat. Now, it's time for the battle between the 9 absolutes. Many people thought in their hearts and became more and more expectant. However, at this moment, a small figure appeared on the fighting ring in a flash. That is a spacetime spirit mouse. Many people's eyes moved. Bubble. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Bubbles was about to make a move. It had been many years since he had seen Bubbles in action. Lu Ming wanted to see how strong Bubbles' combat strength had become. The top 10 war beasts had amazing talent. Now that they had received guidance from a mighty figure of the heaven realm, their progress would definitely be amazing. Bubbles' gaze swept around and finally landed on Xinghe and Yuanyi. The two of you, come up. 111 let you join forces. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pursed her lips, and the crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire area. This guy is indeed going to challenge the Star River and Yuanyi. Lu Ming smiled. Hengxing River and Yuanyi had a grudge against Lu Ming. In the past, they had been targeting Lu Ming. Bubbles naturally remembered it. Hengxinghe and Yuanzin's expressions turned ugly. Humph, I alone am enough to deal with you, the one I defeated back then. Why do I need 2 people? Yuanyi said indifferently and rushed up the fighting ring. You can't do it. I'll defeat you in 1 move. He pouted indifferently, revealing a look of disdain. Ha ha ha, defeat me in 1 move? Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. Yuanyi laughed crazily. Bubbles actually said that she wanted to defeat him in 1 move. She couldn't even fulfill her destiny. Who did she think she was? What a joke. You make the first move. 111 let you make the first move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore, chirpy. Peoba said, as if she did not care about Yuanyi at all. Yuanyi was furious. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Yuanyi shouted and rushed toward the bubble. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest combat strength. Yuanyi did not dare to be careless in the face of the spacetime spirit rat. He used his strongest combat power in his first attack. He was surrounded by all sorts of laws as he charged towards Bubbles. However, when he was halfway there, his body froze in midair. The various laws that covered his body disappeared without a trace. Yuanzin's expression changed drastically. With a furious roar, she once again controlled the laws, but the moment the laws appeared, they disappeared. Time law, it's time law, using time laws to control the power of time, traveling through time, returning to the moment when the other party didn't use any laws. Therefore, Once Yuan Xin's laws came out, they disappeared. How terrifying! Many people saw the trick and were shocked. This was already mobilizing the power of time. He was only an empty emperor, but he could do this. He was indeed worthy of being a space-time spirit rat. At this moment, Bubbles appeared in front of Yuan Xian and kicked her in the face. Yuan Xian was sent flying out of the fighting ring like a broken sandbag and landed heavily on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was completely swollen. She had lost. Yuan Xian had lost. Bubbles had really only used one move. Many people were shocked. Bubbles' combat strength had exceeded their expectations. Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Bubbles with a solemn expression. Useless. Paoba muttered, no longer looking at Yuan Xian. This caused Yuan Xian to spit out another mouthful of blood. That was anger. Today, Yuan Xian had suffered a huge blow. He had wanted to defeat Tianming and take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered back then. However, in the end, he was easily defeated by destiny. Now, he was defeated by Bubbles in one move. Back then, Bubbles had been his defeated opponent. Now, however, she had defeated him with a single move. This was hard for him to accept. Bubbles ignored him and swept his gaze across the remaining young men. Those who were caught by his gaze had a change in expression. Will he challenge the heavenly mandate realm? Many people thought so. In the end, Bubbles did not challenge heaven's will. Instead, her gaze fell on Yabing. You, come out and fight. Bubbles pointed at Yabing and said. Yabing's face was extremely dark. Bubbles actually challenged him. But today, he had to fight the challenge. He couldn't back down, or his reputation would be completely ruined. He stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. Although your space-time nomological laws are profound, it also depends on the opponent. If the opponent's strength is greater than yours, your space-time nomological laws will not work. I'm not Yuan Xian. I'll use a powerful force to directly break your space-time nomological laws. Yabing said. Many people were moved. That was indeed the case. And NBSP-RHE spacetime laws were extremely profound and unpredictable. They could manipulate the power of time and space, making them terrifying. However, there was no law that was truly invincible. When one's power reached a certain level, one could break all laws. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one could break through the spacetime laws. Chapter 23:16, The Great Battle of the Nine Supremes. You talk too much. If you don't make a move, then 111 make a move. Pow Pow mumbled before suddenly charging towards the other party. His speed was extremely fast, as though he was traveling through the void. Yabing did not dare to be careless. He used the divine weapon seal technique and surrounded his body with all sorts of weapons. The weapon trembled and shattered the void, stopping the bubbles from attacking. Yabing's strength was indeed much stronger than Yuan Xin's. His combat strength was shocking and could already affect Bubbles' spacetime law. Therefore, Bubbles naturally could not defeat Yabing as easily as she did with Yuan Xian. However, after the two of them exchanged blows, Bubbles still had the upper hand. Bubbles' figure flickered. No matter how Yabing attacked, he could not hit Bubbles. In fact, under the influence of Bubbles' spacetime laws, Yabing's speed had slowed down significantly. The speed at which he could form the divine weapon seal had also slowed down significantly. After a few dozen moves, he was sent flying by Bubbles and was severely injured. Yabing had been defeated again. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had suffered 2 consecutive defeats today, both at the hands of the primordial realm's elites. The spacetime spirit Mouse's talent is indeed amazing. It's only been a few years, and it's already reached this level. That's only natural. The top 10 beasts will all be peak experts when they mature. What do you guys think of the spacetime spirit rat's combat strength compared to Tianming's? It's hard to say. I feel like the spacetime spirit mouse is stronger. Not necessarily. Many people discussed animatedly. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but compare Tianming with Papa. Both of them had defeated Oyu Yabing. It could be said that they were standing at the peak of the empty emperor realm. However, it was really hard to compare who was stronger. And NBSP in terms of laws, the fate laws were indeed stronger, even stronger than the spacetime laws. However, a law also depended on who was using it. The spacetime spirit mouse was born with the ability to control the spacetime laws. No living creature could compare to the spacetime spirit mouse in the use of the spacetime laws. Those so-called sons of God could control the laws of time and space, but they were far inferior to the spacetime spirit rat in the use of the laws. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win. Many people were curious. Would Pao Pao challenge the heavens next? However, everyone was disappointed. Bubbles did not challenge Tianming. As if she had had enough fun, she left the fighting ring in a flash. After the bubble disappeared, no one at the empty emperor realm went up to challenge him. Many people revealed looks of anticipation. Next, it was the main event, the battle between the 9 Ju. This time, the reason why so many people had come was to watch the battle between the 9 absolutes. More than a decade ago, the 9 uniques had fought each other and ranked each other. In the past 10 years, the 9 uniques had rarely fought. Everyone wanted to see if there had been any changes in the ranking of the 9 uniques in the past 10 years. Buzz! A figure rushed up the fighting ring. It was the Black Tortoise Forest. As expected, he is the first one to make a move. The Black Tortoise Forest is ranked last among the 9 absolutes. I wonder if he'll be able to charge up this time. It's hard to say. None of the 9 absolutes are weak. We'll only know after we fight. Everyone expressed their own opinions. Next, the Xuanwu Forest began to issue challenges. The Heaven's favorite he challenged was ranked 8th among the 9 absolutes. The two of them exchanged many moves, but in the end, the Black Tortoise Forest was defeated. He was no match for the other. The Black Tortoise Forest wasn't willing to give up. After taking a pill to adjust his condition to the peak, he challenged the 7th-ranked genius, but he was still defeated. In the end, he was helpless and did not continue to challenge. His ranking remained at 9th place. Following that, it was all the duels between the 9 absolutes, and the intense battles continued. The 9 absolutes were all existences who had stepped into the true emperor realm a long time ago. Their powerful combat strength attracted everyone's attention. This was especially true for the heavens favorites below the Void the Arch level. They could learn a lot by watching carefully. The exciting battles continued one after another. However, there were very few changes in the rankings. In the past, those who were ranked higher would indeed have stronger combat strength. It was still the same until now. There was only one change. The 5th-ranked Heaven's favorite defeated the 4th-ranked Heaven's favorite and replaced his position. As for the others, the rankings basically didn't change. Soon, the 3rd-ranked genius defeated his opponent. He turned his eyes to Yuanyi and Lin Xiaofan. In the end, he challenged Yuanyi, who was ranked 2nd. You're overestimating yourself. Yuanyi stepped forward and landed on the fighting ring. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Yuanyi said indifferently, full of confidence. 10 moves? Yuanyi, you're overconfident. The 3rd-ranked genius. His expression was a little unsightly. I'm already giving you too much credit by saying 10 moves. Do you understand? Let's go. Yuanyi said indifferently as he charged toward the 3rd-ranked youth. The person in 3rd place was a young man in blue. He had fought with a prince of a foreign race outside of Two Worlds City and was defeated. Back then, he had the battle power of an 8th level true emperor. Now, his combat strength had undoubtedly become stronger. Boom! The young man in blue exploded with all his strength and attacked with a terrifying sacred art. 10th level true emperor battle power. Someone exclaimed. The young man in blue was much stronger than when he fought the non-human prince. His fighting power had increased by 2 stages, reaching the fighting power of a 10th stage true emperor. It was already extremely shocking to have such combat strength at this age. Unfortunately, he had run into Yuanyi. World power surged from Yuanyi's body, and nomological laws permeated the air. A heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. Boom! The heavenly halberd was incomparably huge. It became the size of a mountain and slashed towards the blue-robed young man. The heavenly halberd was indestructible and extremely powerful. As it slashed down, all of the attacks and defenses of the young man in blue were completely destroyed. Boom! The blue-shirted young man's body retreated frantically. He was directly blasted tens of thousands of meters away, and his face was abnormally pale. A deep wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and blood was flowing out. One move and he was severely injured. I've already shown you mercy. Otherwise, you'd be dead. I've said it before. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Otherwise, I'll defeat you in 1 move. Yuanyi said, and the blue-robed youth's expression turned ugly. 1 move. Yuanyi had really defeated him in 1 move. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. The scene was silent, and many people were tongue-tied. This result was far beyond their expectations. The young man in blue, ranked 3rd among the 9 absolutes, had been defeated in 1 move despite the huge difference in combat strength between him and Yuanyi. Everyone had thought that even if the young man in blue was no match for Yuanyi, they would still be able to fight. However, the result was completely one-sided. He's a 10th level true emperor, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was easily crushed. What level is Yuanyi's combat strength? At least a rank 12 true emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat them so easily. In fact, he might even have more than that. No wonder the Lan family offered 100 stones of chaos as a reward. Could it be that Yuanyi can really defeat Lin Xiaofan? Many people were discussing and guessing in shock. Chapter 23:17, Number 1 of the 9 absolutes. This time, many people had guessed that Yuanyi must have made great progress and had amazing combat power. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have offered 100 stones of chaos as a reward. However, they were still shocked to see the 3rd-ranked genius collapse at Yuanyi's hands. Perhaps, Yuanyi could really fight Lin Xiaofan. Lan Cheng and some of the Lan family's older generation experts were all smiling. Lan Cheng, in particular, was stroking his beard with a face full of smiles and confidence. Yuanyi stood on the fighting ring. He was tall and full of confidence. He looked at Lin Xiaofan, and a firm and confident voice came out of his mouth. Lin Xiaofan, come up and fight. Yuanyi's voice reverberated through the entire area. As you wish. As soon as Lin Xiaofang's voice fell, his figure was already on the fighting ring. Lin Xiaofan, more than 10 years ago, you were lucky enough to win against me. Today, one will step on you and let everyone know who the strongest heaven's favorite is, whether it is the heaven realm or the primordial realm. Yuanyi spoke with pride and confidence. 100 chaos gems, I'm definitely taking it. This was Lin Xiaofang's answer, which was also full of confidence. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 young figures on the fighting ring. These 2 people were the strongest heaven's favorites in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Their future achievements were limitless and unpredictable. More than a decade ago, the two of them had a great battle. That battle left a deep impression on everyone and was still unforgettable. After more than a decade, the two of them were about to fight again. Who was stronger this time? Boom! Boom! A powerful aura burst out of Yuanyi and Lin Xiaofan. Their auras met in the void, making a violent roar. Explosive divine slash. A heavenly halberd appeared in Yuanyi's hand. The halberd grew rapidly and pierced through the clouds. Laws revolved around it, and its aura was astonishing. Then, the heavenly halberd slashed down at Lin Xiaofan. Buzz! The sound of the blade resounded through the entire area. Lin Xiaofang's sword was unsheathed, and a ray of sword light rushed up and slashed at the other party. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, causing the air to shake and the fighting ring to rumble. Endless energy swept out in all directions to the west. Both Yuanyi and Lin Xiaofan trembled and took a few steps back. However, the two of them stopped and stomped heavily on the fighting ring. Their figures were like two rainbows as they rushed toward each other. Boom! The two of them collided in the middle of the fighting ring, as if two stars had collided. The light of the blade and the halberd swept in all directions. Clang! Clang! Following that, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. What a strong combat power. This level of combat power is already at the 13th stage of True Emperor. That's right. You indeed have the fighting power of a level 13 True Emperor. You've actually reached such a level of fighting power at such a young age. It's really amazing. Many of the older generation sighed. In the past, among the younger generation, it would be considered good if one could become a true emperor at this age, let alone reach the battle power of a rank 13 true emperor. This era was truly an era that made people go crazy. The two of them fought intensely on the fighting ring. As they fought, their auras became stronger and stronger, and the combat power they displayed became stronger and stronger. In the end, their battle strength surpassed the 13th stage of True Emperor and entered the 14th stage of True Emperor. This made many people gasp. Lin Xiaofan and Yuanyi's combat strength had already reached rank 14 True Emperor. The battle became even more intense. The two of them exchanged more than 200 moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. Lin Xiaofan, is this your maximum combat power? What a disappointment. Yuanyi's voice was heard. You're only SOSO, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Lin Xiaofan said. Oh, really? Lin Xiaofan, today is the day one rise. From now on, I'm the number one in the world. Yuanyi shouted and howled. Boom! The power of the heavenly halberd in his hands suddenly soared. The halberd struck out and collided with Lin Xiaofang's saber. Lin Xiaofang's saber trembled violently and finally exploded with a loud boom. Lin Xiaofan retreated rapidly to the edge of the fighting ring before stopping. His chest heaved rapidly as he looked at Yuanyi in shock. A rank 15 True Emperor. You've reached rank 15 True Emperor. Lin Xiaofan said in disbelief. The scene was also in an uproar. Yuanyi's combat power had reached the 15th level of True Emperor. This was too terrifying. He was so young, but he had already reached this level. A rank 15 True Emperor was almost at the peak of the True Emperor realm. Once he reached the peak of the True Emperor realm, he would be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Many of the older generation had to spend an unknown amount of time to reach this step. Yuanyi, on the other hand, had reached this stage in less than 100 years. It was too shocking. The third place, the youth from the Blue Mountain, was only a 10th level True Emperor. The difference between them and a level 15 True Emperor was too great, terrifying, this is too terrifying. Is this Yuanyi's true combat power? No wonder the Lan family is so confident. At this age, they have the battle power of a level 15 true emperor. Who can match them? The Lan family's offer of 100 stones of chaos may seem generous, but they're actually confident that Yuanyi will definitely get it and push him to the top. This is a brilliant move. Many people discussed and admired the Lan family's methods. Lan Cheng stroked his beard, his face filled with a proud smile. After this, the Lan family would have two geniuses among the 9 absolutes. One of them would be the #1 genius in the world. The reputation of the Lan family would be even stronger and reach the peak. In his hands, the Lan family would also become stronger and stronger. Lan Cheng's heart was extremely comfortable. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. He didn't get the indestructible ancient scroll. What a pity. Lan Cheng sighed in his heart. Boom! At this moment, Yuanyi stepped forward, and his powerful aura pressed down on Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, I've said it before. This time, they'll step on you and prove to everyone that I'm the #1 in the world. Yuanyi shouted, and the halberd in his hand grew more and more powerful. Fight! Lin Xiaofan shouted, unwilling to be defeated. He became one with his saber and charged at Yuanyi. However, the difference in combat strength was there, and it was difficult to cross. The difference between a level 14 true emperor and a level 15 true emperor was a real difference in combat power, not in cultivation. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, but Lin Xiaofan was completely outmatched. He was blown away and spat out a large mouthful of blood. In the end, Yuanyi's attack landed on his body and he was sent flying off the fighting ring. Yuanyi had won. He had defeated Lin Xiaofan, who was originally in first place. Chapter 23:18 Lu Ming's son Yuanyi stood on the battle stage with the heavenly halberd in his hand. He looked like an invincible god of war. On the contrary, Lin Xiaofang's face was pale and full of dejection. He had lost. From now on, he was no longer the #1 in the world. The #1 chosen of the younger generation had changed hands. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Lan Cheng laughed so hard that flowers bloomed. Everything was just as he had expected. Nothing had changed. Yuanyi had indeed defeated Lin Xiaofan and won the title of the #1 genius. His prestige would reach its peak, and the Lan family's prestige would rise as well. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, this battle is over. Lan Cheng stood up with a face full of smiles. His voice resounded throughout the entire area. Till do it. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Outside the square, a beam of light flew over at high speed and landed on the fighting ring. This was a 15 or 16-year-old teenager with an elegant demeanor and extraordinary temperament. However, when they saw the young man's appearance, many people were stunned. Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, Desolate Li, Bubbles, and the others were all stunned. At the same time, Lan Yun, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others, including Lan Cheng and the others, were also in a daze. Even Lu Ming himself almost bit his tongue. His eyes widened. It was because this teenager was too similar to Lu Ming. He looked 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming, but he was more delicate. No, he's not Lu Ming. He's only 15 or 16 years old. It can't be Lu Ming. Someone immediately said. A person's appearance could be changed at will. However, their aura, or life aura, would not change. One could clearly tell a person's age from their life aura. This teenager was definitely not old. He should be around 15 or 16 years old. Of course, he could not be Lu Ming. Damn it. Could this young man be Lu Ming's illegitimate son? The unscrupulous monk muttered the name of Buddha and muttered softly. However, everyone present was an expert, so they naturally heard it clearly. Many people were moved. Perhaps this was really possible, because the two of them were really too similar. This monk, Lu Ming, touched his nose speechlessly and looked at the unscrupulous monk in disdain. He was really overthinking, Lu Ming thought to himself. However, at this moment, the young man turned to the unscrupulous monk and cupped his fists. "Master, you know Lu Ming?" "Of course. Lu Ming is my brother. We've known each other for decades." "Young man, what's your relationship with Lu Ming?" The monk said. "It's my father." The young man said. Lu Ming had been drinking a mouthful of wine, but he spat it out at that moment. He looked at the teenager, dumbfounded. The young man actually said that he was his son. Son? He had a son? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At the same time, his mind was racing. Little Qing. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Xian Yinqing. He had only had sex with Xian Yinqing, and the timing matched the young man's age. Furthermore, Lu Ming looked at the teenager carefully and realized that he did have some resemblance to Xian Yinqing. Could it be? Is he really my son? Lu Ming had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling was very wonderful and indescribable. The others, such as Long Chen, Feng Ling, and Bubbles, were also dumbfounded. "Brother Lu Ming, you have a son." "Little Lu Ming?" "It really does look like it," chirping. Pow Pow cried out. "Nest, I was just randomly guessing at the beginning. I didn't expect that I would be right." The unscrupulous monk's eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming, Huang Ling sighed and felt complicated. Lu Ming's son, the eyes of Lan Yun, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others glowed with a cold light. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, the Primordial Body Cultivators, and the Grand Supreme Elders all looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming resisted the urge to rush out. It wasn't the time yet. Even if he was really his and Xia Nianking's son, it would be the same when they acknowledged him later. If he went out now and showed his true form, he would probably lose the 100 stones of chaos. Lan Cheng and the others would definitely not let him challenge Yuanyi. Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. "Senior, do you know where my father, Lu Ming, is now?" The young man looked at the unscrupulous monk and continued to ask. He's cultivating in seclusion in a secret place and won't be able to come out for the time being." The unscrupulous monk made up stories. "What closed-door training?" "I'm telling you, Lu Ming is already dead." A cold voice sounded. It was Lan Yun. The teenager was actually Lu Ming's son. He was unhappy just by looking at him. "What did you just say?" "My mother said that my father is unparalleled in the world. No one in the younger generation can defeat him. How could he have died?" The youth glared at Lan Yun. "What dogs hit unparalleled? You're just deceiving yourself," Lan Yun said in disdain. "In my opinion, you must have been defeated by my father before. You must have even been tortured miserably. Otherwise, you wouldn't belittle him on purpose." The young man's eyes flashed as he said coldly. "You," Lan Yun's face was flushed red. The youth's words just happened to poke his sore spot. He had been abused by Lu Ming more than once. He was miserable every time and he had lost all his face. "Ha ha ha, little Lu Ming, you're right. He's been tortured by Lu Ming. He's practically begging for mercy on his knees and crying for his parents. He has betrayed his ancestors." The unscrupulous monk exaggerated, directly implicating the Lan family. This made Lan Cheng's face turn ugly, and he wanted to slap the unscrupulous monk to death. As for Lan Yun, his face was alternating between green and green. Alright, young man. You want to challenge me? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Cheng quickly changed the topic. The young man's gaze scanned the crowd of young heaven's favorites and finally landed on the black tortoise forest. I want to challenge him. The young man pointed at the Xuanwu forest. What? Everyone was shocked. The young man actually wanted to challenge the Xuanwu forest. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. How strong could he be at this age? It was already rare for him to become a great emperor, but he actually wanted to challenge the Xuanwu forest. No matter what, the Black Tortoise Forest was still one of the 9 absolutes. Its cultivation had long broken through to the true emperor realm, and now, it even had the combat power of a 6th-stage true emperor. How could he challenge Jiu at such a young age? Black Tortoise Lin's expression darkened. He was actually challenged by a 15 or 16-year-old youth. It was truly embarrassing. You're so young, but you're so overconfident that you want to challenge Jiu. You really don't know your own place. You're no different from your father. Lan Yun was very unhappy. He seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Oh, in that case, I'll challenge you first. Come down and fight me. The young man turned his gaze towards Lan Yun. You want to challenge me? Lan Yun's expression changed slightly. Nonsense. You, come down and fight me. Don't tell me you don't even dare to accept my challenge. The young man said. Chapter 23:19, Shenhuang Lu's combat power. The young man used a provocative method to challenge Lan Yun. However, even though he knew that this was a goading method, Lan Yun had no choice but to accept it. His opponent was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. If he didn't even dare to accept the challenge, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future and would be laughed at by others. Since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish, let's go. Lan Yun said coldly as he stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming clenched his fist. He was worried for the teenager. He was ready to take out the fallen star Bao at any time. If the teenager was in danger, he would help. Bubbles and the others were also staring at the scene, especially Bubbles. He would not let anything happen to the young man. You're so arrogant at such a young age. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Lan Yun said coldly. The youth was only 15 or 16 years old, and he did not believe that the other party could match him. He was also a top-notch heaven's favorite. He had only achieved this after decades of bitter cultivation. He had never heard of a 15 or 16-year-old who could have such achievements. There had never been one in history. Make your move. Once you make your move, you'll naturally be able to see my ability. The youth said indifferently, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care about Lan Yun at all. The anger in Lan Yun's heart grew heavier and heavier. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill, you're courting death. Lan Yun roared in anger, and light burst out from his body. Then, the endless light converged into a giant lion that pounced toward the youth. The lion was as large as a mountain, and its aura was astonishing. Lan Yun used his ultimate move the moment he made his move. If he was hit, the youth would die without a doubt. Since the teenager said that he was Lu Ming's son, he would send him on his way. Lan Yun's eyes flashed with a malevolent expression. Seeing that the giant lion was about to pounce on the young man made his move. A layer of black light emanated from his body, and then a black sword light burst out and slashed at the giant lion. The giant lion formed by the blue cloud sacred art seemed to be made of tofu. It couldn't withstand a single blow and was directly destroyed by the black light that the young man shot out. Furthermore, the black light did not stop and continued to charge towards Lan Yun. The black light's speed was astonishingly fast, and Lan Yun had no way to avoid it. How is that possible, Die? Lan Yun bellowed in rage and continuously punched out with his fists. One giant lion after another pounced out, but they were all swept away by the black light and fell apart. Whoosh! The black light struck Lan Yun, causing him to scream in pain. His body retreated frantically, but it was useless. His body was directly cut in two by the black light, and he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Hiss hiss hiss, many people gasped and looked at the young man in shock. With just one move, the young man had cut Lan Yun into two. This was too shocking. One should know that Lan Yun was a top-notch heaven's favorite who had mastered an ultimate law. His current cultivation had even reached the level of a 5-star Void Emperor. It was too shocking that he couldn't even withstand a single move from the young man. Some of the older generation saw even more. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. This young man's cultivation base is at the 3-star Void Emperor realm, but the power he cultivates is so powerful that it's terrifying. That's right. It's similar to the power of the ancient cultivation system, but it's more condensed, sharper, and more terrifying. Some of the older generation were discussing. It was already extremely shocking for a youth to have reached the 3-star Void Emperor realm at his age. However, the power that the young man cultivated was even stranger. The youth's attack did not have any nomological fluctuations. Clearly, the youth did not cultivate in the nomological system. However, it was not because of the ancient cultivation system, as the youth's power was even more terrifying than the power cultivated by the ancient cultivation system. Some of the older generation discussed in surprise. Nest, that's amazing. You're too awesome. As expected of Lu Ming's son. He defeated Lan Yun in one move. He's really amazing. The unscrupulous monk, Long Chen, and the others were also discussing in shock. This power, only Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had seen this power once before. Back then, after he had sex with Xian Yanqing, the next day, Xian Yanqing seemed to have changed into a different person and attacked him. This was the power that Xian Yanqing was using. It was indestructible, and its attack power was extremely powerful. It could even penetrate laws. He's really my son. At this moment, Lu Ming concluded. He felt inexplicably excited. The sudden appearance of a son made it difficult for anyone to remain calm. Lu Ming could not wait to rush out and acknowledge the young man so that he could find out Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. Since the young man was here, Xian Yanqing must be in the Tai Ching heavenly region. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. However, there was no rush. It would not be too late to talk about it after the matter with the Lan family was resolved. At this moment, there were already experts from the Lan family who had saved Lan Yun. With Lan Yun's cultivation, being cut in two was a small matter and could be easily healed. The biggest blow to him was that he was defeated by the youth in one move. Impossible, impossible. Lan Yun kept roaring in his heart, finding it hard to accept. He had actually been defeated by a 15 or 16-year-old youth in one move. This was a great humiliation. Can't even withstand a single blow. The young man shook his head and turned to look at the black tortoise forest. Now, we can fight. The young man said. Xuan Wulin's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Buzz. Stars spread out from Xuan Wulin's body. There were a total of 360 stars that covered his entire body. The black tortoise forest didn't dare to be careless when facing the young man. Buzz. A pitch-black sword appeared in the young man's hand. Remember, the one who defeated you is Lu Shenhuang. The young man's voice rang out, and the sword light whizzed out, piercing through the void and slashing toward the black tortoise forest at an extremely fast speed. Divine Desolate Lu. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. Was this the name Xian Yanqing had given the young man? The Divine Wilderness referred to the Divine Wilderness continent. It also meant that it was the place where Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing met and fell in love. They had experienced unforgettable years in the divine wilderness continent. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Xuan Wu shouted and waved his hands. One star after another flew towards Lu Shenhuang. Whoosh! 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 Lu Shenhuang's sword trembled and sword chi howled. Streaks of black sword radiance slashed towards the stars. Bang! Bang! The stars exploded like fireworks. Xuan Wulin's expression changed, and he burst forth with all his might. More stars were blasted toward Xuan Wulin. Every star contained the power of his laws. However, Lu Shenhuang's sword radiance was shockingly powerful and could easily tear apart his laws. The two of them quickly attacked. The sky was filled with sword light and starlight. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. What a terrifying strength! He's a genius, a genius. Some of the older generation sighed. Of course, it was because of Lu Shenhuang's combat strength. His cultivation base was only at the 3-star illusionary divine stage, but he was able to compete with the Black Tortoise Forest. This kind of combat strength was not only shocking, but also unimaginable. Everyone present was stunned and shocked beyond words. Chapter 23:20, Lu Ming challenges. Damn it, this is too abnormal. This is too heaven-defying. The unscrupulous monk was already spouting nonsense. He is indeed Lu Ming's son. He is so young and more powerful than Lu Ming. Long Chen sighed. If that was the case, Lu Shenhuang's ability to fight above his level was even stronger than Lu Ming's in the past. When Lu Ming broke through to the martial emperor realm back then, he became a 4-star illusionary emperor in one fell swoop. Then, he fought against the Black Tortoise Forest and finally defeated the Black Tortoise Forest by merging 9 types of laws. However, the Xuanwu Forest at that time was not as strong as it was now. At that time, the Xuanwu Forest's battle strength was only at the 3rd stage True Emperor realm. Clearly, Lu Shenhuang's combat power was stronger than Lu Ming's back then. Of course, Lu Ming's mastery of various laws had deepened. He had also cultivated an immemorial body cultivator and his physical strength had increased tremendously. His ability to fight above his level was much stronger than it had been in the past. Alright. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see how powerful Lu Shenhuang was. Damn it, how did this happen? Some were happy, some were worried. Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Lan Cheng, and the others were all roaring in their hearts. They couldn't believe it. Lu Ming was already abnormal enough, but his son was even more abnormal. Why did this happen? They roared in their hearts and went crazy with jealousy. Bang! 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 Lu Shenhuang and Xuan Wulin were engaged in an intense battle, and the rumbles continued. However, the more he fought, the stronger Shenhuang Lu's combat strength became. His entire body emitted a layer of black light and became one with his combat sword. The sword light was extremely sharp as it continuously destroyed the stars from the Xuanwu forest. In the end, the speed at which the sword light destroyed the stars was even faster. Before the Xuanwu forest could condense the stars, Lu Shenhuang had already rushed in front of the Xuanwu forest and slashed out with his sword. With a shrill cry, Black Tortoise Lin coughed up blood and retreated out of the fighting ring. A deep wound was left on his body, and blood was flowing. Xuanwu Forest, defeated. He was defeated by Lu Shenhuang in a head-on battle. From then on, the position of the Ninju would be replaced by Lu Shenhuang. Xuan Wulin's expression was extremely ugly. This was a huge blow to him. Lan Cheng's face was also very ugly. He said coldly, "Shenhuang Lu, do you still want to continue the challenge? I won't fight." Lu Shenhuang shook his head and rushed down the stage. He landed on a seat and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If not, then the first place today will go to Yuanyi. Lan Cheng stood up and announced, his voice reverberating throughout the entire area. I'll do it. Lan Cheng's voice had just fallen when he was interrupted. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up, took a step forward, and landed on the fighting ring. Many people's gazes fell on Lu Ming, but they were slightly stunned when they saw his appearance. They had not seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Another prodigy that had not appeared before? Some of the heavenly emperors were surprised. With their cultivation base at the heavenly emperor realm, they could sense that Lu Ming had disguised himself. However, they could not see through Lu Ming's original appearance. What a brilliant disguising technique! A heavenly emperor spoke in a low voice. You want to challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Cheng asked. Of course, I'm going to challenge the first place. Yuanyi, come down and fight. Lu Ming looked at Yuanyi. What? Many people were shocked. Someone actually wanted to challenge Yuanyi. Yuanyi's battle strength was obvious to all. He had reached rank 15 true emperor. There was no doubt that no one in the younger generation could match him. But now, someone wanted to challenge Yuanyi. He must be crazy. Many people had thought that Lu Ming would be like Lu Shenhuang, challenging a few experts to train himself or to gain fame. However, Lu Ming wanted to challenge Yuanyi, which was beyond everyone's expectations. This kid is definitely trying to attract attention by playing to the gallery. He wants to challenge Yuanyi to increase his reputation. Even if he loses, he'll still gain fame. That's right, that's definitely the case. Some people were discussing. Yuanyi's eyes narrowed as he rushed up the fighting ring. Brat, swords and sabers have no eyes. You challenged me. If I fail and cripple or kill you, then you'll only have yourself to blame. Yuanyi said coldly. He was not in a good mood. He had already defeated Lin Xiaofan and taken first place. Everything had been perfect. But now, someone had actually challenged him. This caused all of this to seem flawed and imperfect. Therefore, he had the intention to kill. Later on, he would kill Lu Ming in one move as a warning to everyone and let them know the consequences of challenging him. Little guy, what's your name? Lan Cheng asked. Nameless fellow, let's not mention him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A nameless person dares to challenge Brother Shenhuang. He really doesn't know his own place. In my opinion, this person is just trying to please the crowd. Brother Shenhuang, you don't need to accept the challenge. Just ask someone to throw him out. A voice rang out. It was the Black Tortoise Forest. Xuanwu Forest had just been defeated by Lu Shenhuang in public and was probably going to be removed from the list of the 9 absolutes. He was in a bad mood and would bite whoever he saw. At this moment, Lu Ming rushed out. He was extremely unhappy with Lu Ming and directly mocked him. You're not even as good as a 15 or 16-year-old boy, and you still have the face to make a fuss here. If I were you, I'd just destroy my own cultivation. Lu Ming looked at the Black Tortoise Forest and mocked. You. Brat, Brother Shenhuang doesn't need to do anything today. Let me teach you a lesson. Shenhuang was furious. He rushed up to the stage and cupped his fists at Yuanyi. Brother Shenhuang, you don't have to deal with a nameless person personally. I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. All right. Yuanyi nodded and retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. In his opinion, it would be best if the Black Tortoise Forest team could take action, so that he would not have to do anything. You're going to make a move? Lu Ming looked at the Black Tortoise Forest and said. That's right. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare challenge Brother Shenhuang. Black Tortoise Forest said coldly. You can't. You're too weak. I don't want to torture you. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming shook his head with a look of disdain. Xuan Wulin's lungs were about to explode from anger. Who was he? He was one of the 9 absolutes. But today, he was first defeated by Lu Shenhuang. Now, even a nameless person looked down on him. He was furious and filled with killing intent. Brat, who doesn't know how to talk big? Show me your ability. The Black Tortoise Forest roared. Hundreds of stars appeared all over his body. The hundreds of stars gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming. The power was extraordinary. As soon as he made his move, the Black Tortoise Forest used his killer move to blast Lu Ming into ashes. Boom! The huge star was like a falling meteorite, dragging a long tail with terrifying power. But at this moment, Lu Ming moved. There were no energy fluctuations on his body, nor were there any fluctuations of laws. It was just a simple punch. This punch relied on pure physical strength. Chapter 2321 Battling Yuanyi. Boom. Lu Ming's fist landed on the huge star. The huge star was like a bubble, unable to withstand a single blow. It exploded with a single punch. After shattering the star, Lu Ming's fist momentum did not stop and continued to blast toward the black martial arts world. Wherever the fist force passed, the space would explode and shatter, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept toward the Black Tortoise Forest. The Black Tortoise Forest was completely enveloped by Lu Ming's fist aura. It was as if the space in the surroundings had frozen, making it difficult for him to move. How is that possible? The Black Tortoise Forest had this thought. Then, Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on his face. Bang! Xuan Wulin was sent flying out of the battle stage and landed heavily on the ground. He sprawled on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was completely deformed and swollen to the point where he could not be recognized. Everyone was stunned and they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. One punch. With just one punch, he had defeated the Xuanwu Forest team. They were not on the same level at all. They were completely crushed. One must know that the Black Tortoise Forest's combat strength was also at the 6th stage True Emperor realm. However, it was still suppressed. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. How could he have such strong combat strength? The power of the physical body. He's an immemorial body cultivator. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they reacted. Just now, there were no fluctuations of laws on Lu Ming's body. He had relied purely on his physical strength. Only immemorial body cultivators could cultivate their physical strength to such a level. Bao Da's eyes lit up. He was also an archaic body cultivator, so he was naturally curious and excited to suddenly see another archaic body cultivator with such shocking battle prowess. I said, you're too weak. I don't want to torture you, but you're looking for it. Lu Ming spoke indifferently and cast a disdainful glance at the Black Tortoise Forest. The Black Tortoise Forest spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood from his anger. Today, he was really too miserable. He had been defeated by 2 people in succession. One was a 15 or 16-year-old youth, and the other had dealt with him easily with a single punch. Today, he was destined to become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by others. Is there anyone else who would like to stand up for Yuanyi? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the young talents present. No one spoke. Lu Ming was able to defeat Xian Wulin with a single punch. His combat strength was unfathomable. If others were not confident, who would stand up for Yuanyi? Since you don't have one, Yuanyi, let's fight. Lu Ming looked at Yuanyi. You have some ability, but if you want to fight with me, you're still far from it. Yuanyi stepped forward and sneered. In his opinion, it was not a big deal to defeat the Black Tortoise Forest with a single punch. The Black Tortoise Forest's cultivators only had the combat strength of a Stage 6 True Emperor. As long as they had the combat strength of a Stage 8 True Emperor or above, they would be able to defeat him in one move. He, on the other hand, had the combat power of a rank 15 True Emperor, which was much higher than that of the Xuanwu Forest. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had defeated the Black Tortoise Forest in one move, he did not take Lu Ming seriously. "You talk too much, make your move," Lu Ming said. "I've said it before. Swords and sabers have no eyes. If you accidentally go too far, you'll only have yourself to blame." Yuanyi said coldly, a halberd appearing in his hand. Thump. Yuanyi took a step forward and swung his halberd at Lu Ming. In the process of slashing down, the heavenly halberd enlarged rapidly. It expanded to 1,000 meters in length and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and the fighting ring rumbled. He dashed forward and threw a punch. Lu Ming circulated his physical strength to the maximum for this punch. Boom! Lu Ming's fist and the heavenly halberd collided heavily. With a terrifying boom, Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. He only stopped after he had retreated a few hundred meters. This person actually blocked Yuanyi's move. Many people were shocked. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was pushed back, everyone was still shocked. Who is this person? He has at least the battle strength of a level 13 True Emperor. There is actually such a heaven's favorite among the younger generation in the heaven realm? A rank 13 True Emperor was also impressive. Among the 9 absolutes, only Lin Xiaofan and Shenhuang had reached a level 13 True Emperor. The one ranked third only had a level 10 True Emperor's combat strength. This was almost the peak combat power of the heaven realm's younger generation. An immemorial body cultivator actually had such a heaven's favorite. Shenhuang's eyes narrowed, and a sharp glint flashed in them. He was also very surprised that he did not defeat Lu Ming in one move. "Let's see how many moves you can take. Kill, die." Shenhuang bellowed. Wielding his halberd, he charged at Lu Ming. "My physical body alone is still a little lacking," Lu Ming muttered. Now that he had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the middle stage of the 4th level, his physical strength alone was equivalent to a level 13 True Emperor. He was still no match for Yuanyi. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch. However, this time, Lu Ming used the indestructible golden body from the indestructible ancient scroll. The inextinguishable golden body could turn one's body into a divine weapon. Not only did it possess a terrifying defensive power, but it also possessed a powerful offensive power. The combination of the imperishable golden body and the powerful physical body of the immemorial body cultivator complemented each other, and the power that erupted was extremely shocking. Law, it's the power of law. He cultivates the law system. That's not right. His physical body is too shocking. He's clearly an immemorial body cultivator. He's cultivating both his physical body and nomological laws. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Cultivating one of them would take a lifetime of effort for many people. However, Lu Ming had cultivated 2 and seemed to have achieved amazing results in both. Boom! Lu Ming and Shenhuang clashed for the second time. There was another violent boom. This time, Lu Ming and Shenhuang's bodies trembled violently and they retreated. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard and many people could not help but widen their eyes. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming and Shenhuang were actually evenly matched in this move. There was actually someone in the world who could fight against Shenhuang. They could feel that Shenhuang had just unleashed the combat power of a rank 15 True Emperor. Even Lin Xiaofan would find it hard to fight against such a combat power. However, Lu Ming was able to contend with him and they were even. This meant that Lu Ming's combat strength was also at the 15th level of true emperor. To think that there was actually a heaven's favorite in this world who had reached such a realm. It was simply shocking. Damn it! Lan Cheng roared in his heart and became a little worried. He was worried that if Yuanyi lost, his plan would be ruined. And wouldn't he have to give away the 100 chaos gems? I must win. Lan Cheng gritted his teeth and muttered. Yuanyi's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect that there would be another young man in the world who could reach this level. I'm invincible. This person must die. Yuanyi roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. There was actually a heaven's favorite who could fight with him in this world. He definitely couldn't leave him behind. He wouldn't allow such a person to appear. Kill! Yuanyi charged at Lu Ming with his heavenly halberd. Chapter 2321 First Yuanyi strode across the air, his halberd seemingly capable of splitting the sky as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the air was split in half, revealing a terrifying black crack. This kind of attack power was invincible among the younger generation. No one could stop it. Even Lin Xiaofan would be defeated by this move. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. To be honest, he did not take such an attack to heart at all. Boom! The muscles and bones in Lu Ming's body trembled violently at a rate of hundreds of millions of times per second. The vibration of his muscles caused intense friction with the air and space. Lu Ming's body dashed out and he threw a punch. The fist once again collided with the halberd. With a violent boom, the halberd exploded. Lu Ming's body swayed slightly, but he threw another punch. The punch pierced through space, bringing with it a spatial storm that swept toward Yuanyi. Lu Ming did not use the power of the world or other divine powers. He only relied on the strength of his physical body and the imperishable golden body. Yuanyi's expression changed drastically. His body glowed, and a heavenly halberd materialized in his other hand. He swung the halberd and blocked Lu Ming's fist force, but he was forced to retreat. Yuanyi was at a disadvantage, and his attacks were suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's muscles and bones trembled. He did not even need to take a step as he charged toward Yuanyi. Boom! 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 Lu Ming kept swinging his fists. The terrifying power smashed the space into pieces. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only focused on attacking. Yuanyi roared. He wielded a heavenly halberd in each hand and slashed wildly, engaging in an intense battle with Lu Ming. After a few moves, Yuanyi's halberd struck Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's muscles and bones trembled rapidly, and most of the force was reflected back. At the same time, the imperishable golden bodice defense also blocked most of the force. The halberd attack could only leave a faint white mark on Lu Ming's skin. It could not even break through Lu Ming's defense. At the same time, Lu Ming's fist landed on Yuanyi. Yuanyi's body trembled violently, and the sound of bones breaking came from his body. He retreated rapidly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many people gasped in shock. Lu Ming's defense was too shocking. Yuanyi was no match for him. The two of them had similar combat strength. Each of them had managed to land a blow on the other, but Lu Ming was completely fine. On the other hand, Yuanyi was severely injured. Number 1 in the world? With this kind of battle power? Lu Ming said coldly. In the next moment, he charged toward Yuanyi and launched a new round of fierce attacks. Damn it! Outside the fighting ring, Lan Cheng was roaring in his heart. His eyes were filled with anger and coldness. Yuanyi could not be defeated. If he was defeated, his plan would be ruined. Moreover, he would have to give 100 yuan to Lu Ming. He would not allow that. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and a surge of energy rushed toward Lu Ming along the ground. On the side, the heavenly emperors of the other major forces sensed this, and their gazes flickered slightly, but no one said anything. Just as the force was about to hit Lu Ming, Heavenly Emperor Hangyu snorted coldly and took a step forward. A force gushed out from the ground and intercepted Lan Cheng's force. Boom! The two forces collided, and the ground suddenly exploded, creating a huge pit. The force was wanton. What's going on? Many people were shocked. Lan Cheng, as the Celestial the Arch, you actually secretly attacked a junior. You're really shameless. Or are you unwilling to give up the 100 stones of chaos because Yuanyi is about to lose? Since you can't bear to, don't say it in advance. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu said coldly. Many people turned to look at Lan City. When they saw the gloomy expression on Lan City's face, they came to a sudden realization. It seemed that Lan Cheng had secretly made a move when he saw that Yuanyi was about to be defeated, but he had been intercepted by Heavenly Emperor Hangyu. Detestable! Lan Cheng roared in his heart, but he couldn't do anything. He could only keep his face dark and not say anything. At this moment, the battle on the fighting ring was completely one-sided. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. He completely ignored defense and only attacked. Yuanyi was no match for him. Even if he used all his strength to block, he wouldn't be able to take more than a few moves. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on Yuanyi's chest, almost piercing it. Yuanyi spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Lu Ming chased after him and threw another punch. Yuanyi's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Half of his body had exploded, and he flew out of the fighting ring towards the crowd. Lan Cheng's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, a force wrapped around Lan Cheng and caught him. At the same time, it helped Lan Cheng to heal his injuries. He was defeated. Yuanyi had been defeated. Lu Ming had defeated Yuanyi with an absolute advantage. Everyone's heart was filled with complicated feelings. They knew that an even more terrifying heaven's favorite had been born. The poor Yuanyi had just defeated Lin Xiaofan and ascended to the throne of the first of the 9 absolutes. He had not even warmed up his seat before he was kicked off the throne. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Lu Ming did not look at Yuanyi again. He turned to look in another direction. No one responded. Lu Ming's combat strength was so terrifying that even Yuanyi could not withstand a single blow. Who else could be his match? Since no one is willing to accept the challenge, then it'll be the first place this time. Lu Ming turned to look at Lan Cheng and said, Master Lan, since I've won first place, the 100 chaos gems are mine, right? Lan Cheng's heart ached. 100 chaos gems was not a small amount. Even for the large Lan family, it was not easy to take out 100 chaos gems. Had thought that Yuanyi would definitely win first place. Giving the 100 chaos gems to his son-in-law in Lan City would help him improve his cultivation. However, he couldn't bear to give away 100 chaos gems to someone else. Kid, who are you? I know you used a disguising technique to hide your face. You didn't even tell me your name and you still want to get 100 chaos gems. What a joke. Lan Cheng sneered. He started to find excuses. Ha ha ha, Lan Cheng, you're going back on your word. That's not what you said before. You released the news that whoever ranked first among the younger generation would receive 100 chaos gems. Now you're finding so many excuses. I know that you must have thought that Yuanyi would definitely get first place, so you took out the 100 stones of chaos for him. However, you used the 100 stones of chaos as a gimmick to attract others and set off Yuanyi. You're toying with everyone in the world like monkeys. Lu Ming sneered. Nonsense. How dare you slander me? How dare you? Show your true form. I want to confirm your identity. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the 100 stones of chaos. Lan Cheng said. Alright, since you want to see, then go ahead. Lu Ming said. With that, his appearance changed rapidly and he returned to his original appearance. His aura also recovered. Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming's original appearance, Lan Cheng roared. Chapter 2323 Father and son reuniting in Land City. After seeing Lu Ming's appearance, he could not help but widen his eyes and shout. The others were also dumbfounded. How is that possible? Lu Ming, isn't he dead? Lan Yun, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others also roared in disbelief. On the other hand, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Bubbles, and the others were overjoyed. One was wondering who had such powerful combat strength. It's Lu Ming. It's too shocking. How many years has it been since Lu Ming became a martial emperor? He's actually able to suppress Yuanyi and is invincible in his generation. It's simply unbelievable. He only used his physical strength just now. He didn't use the power of laws. Indeed, hiss. The surroundings were in a clamor, and the sounds of discussion converged. The main thing was that Lu Ming's reputation was too great. Back then, he had become a great emperor with many laws. This was unprecedented. As soon as he became a great emperor, he defeated one of the 9 absolutes, the Black Tortoise Forest, and shook the entire heaven realm. A few years later, he defeated and captured a prince of the alien race outside Two World City. That battle pushed Lu Ming's reputation to the peak. However, it was nothing compared to today's battle. In today's battle, Lu Ming had defeated Yuanyi and ascended to the throne of number 1 among the younger generation of the Tian Yuan world and the Yuan world. It seemed that every time Lu Ming appeared, his combat strength would increase by leaps and bounds at a shocking speed. Fa. Father. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang stood up and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. His face was filled with surprise, anticipation, curiosity, and other emotions. Lu Ming also heard Lu Shenhuang's voice. He turned to look at Lu Shenhuang and their eyes met. Lu Ming nodded slightly and smiled. Lu Shenhuang took in a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He stepped forward onto the fighting ring and faced Lu Ming. His mother's comments about his father rang in his mind. Unparalleled and unparalleled in the world, seeing it today, it was indeed so. Father, Lu Shenhuang spoke again. Your mother is Xianyanqing? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Even though he already knew that Lu Shenhuang's mother was definitely Xianyanqing, he still could not help but ask to confirm. Yes, I am. Lu Shenhuang nodded his head firmly. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Looking at Lu Shenhuang, who looked 70 to 80% similar to him, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. She didn't expect to have a son after a short separation with Xianyanqing. Divine wilderness, retreat to the side. After I settle the matter here, I will go with you to find your mother. Lu Ming said. Okay. Lu Shenhuang nodded and retreated to his seat. Lu Ming turned around and faced Lan Cheng. At this moment, Lan Cheng's face revealed a ferocious expression, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming, you still dare to appear here? Good, very good. Lan Cheng said coldly. Why can't I be here? Lu Ming asked with a cold smile. A few years ago, on the battlefield outside the Two World City, you killed the beings of the Heaven Realm and seized their treasures and resources. This is a serious crime, and you have to pay with your life. Lan Cheng coldly said. Ha ha ha, what a good thief crying thief caught thief. In that case, I'll explain everything today. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Then, he recounted how the Lan family and the Yen family had besieged him and how Bai Tai and the rest had arrived, but the Lan family and the Yen family had killed them to keep their mouths shut. There's actually such a thing. Many people's gazes flickered, and they revealed thoughtful expressions. Back then, the Lan family had announced to the public that Lu Ming had killed people and robbed them of their treasures. The Lan family and the Yen family had come across them and attacked Lu Ming according to the rules of Two World City. Could it be that there was such a secret? Simply a bunch of nonsense. Lan Cheng berated. Nonsense? I suspect that the people of the Lan family were ordered by you, Lan Cheng, to seize my indestructible ancient scroll. In the end, when they were discovered, you killed them and framed me. Such an act is not worthy of being called a big family in the heaven realm. In my opinion, the one who should be punished is you, the Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. Impudent! How dare you slander me? Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you'll be punished. Men, take Lu Ming down, cripple his cultivation, and put him in jail. Lan Cheng shouted. Bang! Bang! Immediately, two experts from the Lan family stepped out. They exuded a powerful aura and rushed towards Lu Ming. These were two great emperors, and they were extremely powerful. Let's see who dares to. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu shouted coldly as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. With a wave of his hand, a huge hand formed and pressed down on the two Lan clan heavenly emperors. Heng Yu, I'm afraid that it's not up to you to protect Lu Ming. Lan Cheng roared and rushed out. His heavenly emperor realm cultivation base also burst out. He pressed his big hand and a heavenly lion roared and pounced toward the Heng Yu heavenly emperor's big hand. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard, and Lan Cheng's expression changed drastically. His body was sent flying, and he looked at the eternal universe heavenly emperor in shock. He was no match for heavenly emperor Heng Yu, and he was forced to retreat with a single strike. At the same time, the two great emperors of the Lan clan were also sent flying by the residual force of the Heng Yu heavenly emperor's attack. Heng Yu, do you think you can break the rules of the heaven realm by yourself? Did he want to fight against everyone? Lu Ming has committed a crime and must be punished. Lan Cheng roared. The ones who are guilty are the Lan family. The ones who are going against the heaven realm are the Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. What a load of nonsense. Lan Cheng said. Hee, if what I said is a bunch of nonsense, then what you said, isn't it all bullshit? Lu Ming berated coldly. How audacious. Lan Cheng bellowed. Lu Ming was a junior, yet he dared to go against him and talk back to him at every turn. How presumptuous. He was so furious that he wished he could kill Lu Ming with a slap. Fellow Taoists, give me a hand. Lan Cheng's gaze turned to the Yen family's heavenly emperor, the Luo family's heavenly emperor, and the vast expanse shrine master. These forces were all on good terms with the Lan family, and even had marriage relations with the Lan family. Lu Ming killed his fellow Taoists in the heaven realm and seized their treasures. In my opinion, he could rise so quickly because of this method. He is guilty of a great crime and should be punished. The Yen clan's heavenly emperor stepped out and stood side by side with Lan Cheng. Their powerful auras burst forth as they fought against the eternal universe heavenly emperor together. That's right. We must capture Lu Ming today, cripple his cultivation, and interrogate him strictly. The heavenly emperor of the Luo clan also stepped out. Then, two more people stepped out. They were both at the heavenly emperor realm. One of them was the lord of the vast expanse palace and the other was the master of the Xing River. They were both terrifying heavenly emperor powerhouses. The 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses stood together, and their aura was shocking. Hengyu, I've said it before. You can't stop us alone today. We must take Lu Ming down. Lan Cheng sneered and glared at Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand and the terrifying power condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Lu Ming. You dare? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu roared. Chapter 2324 Everyone shocked. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu let out a long howl as heavenly Tao might burst forth, causing the entire world to tremble. It was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor made his move. A combat sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lan Cheng. Hengyu, I'll fight you. The master of the Eternal Star River was a grey-robed elder. He made his move and struck out a palm toward the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor. The two of them exchanged a blow and were evenly matched. The master of the Eternal Star River was also an extremely terrifying existence. He was an expert even among the Heavenly Emperors and was not weaker than the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, the huge hand from Lan City was already approaching Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood calmly on the fighting ring. His expression did not change, as if he had not seen Lan Cheng's attack. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. The old man's face was calm as he threw out a punch. This punch did not have the slightest surge of energy, nor did it contain any power of laws. It was just pure strength. However, when this punch was thrown out, Lan Cheng's big hand directly exploded. The terrifying fist force continued to blast toward Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly used a divine art. A heavenly lion pounced out. There was a loud boom and Lan Cheng's body trembled. He could not help but retreat. He looked at the old man beside Lu Ming in shock. Immemorial Body Cultivator, you're an immemorial body cultivator, a body cultivator of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Who are you? Lan Cheng roared in shock. He did not expect that Lu Ming would have a Heavenly Emperor with him. Moreover, it was a body cultivator that he had never seen before. A Heavenly Emperor realm body cultivator. In the crowd, Baoda's eyes emitted an excited light. At the scene, the others were also shocked. There was a Heavenly Emperor level body cultivator by Lu Ming's side, helping him at the critical moment. Ancient body cultivators were almost lost to the present day. There were very few people who cultivated it, and even fewer who could successfully cultivate it. Today, in the Heaven realm, there was only one known physical cultivator who could reach the Heavenly Emperor realm, but it was definitely not the person in front of him. Could it be that this body cultivator hasn't come out and has been living in seclusion? Someone guessed. Fellow Taoist, are you going to make an enemy out of me and the Lan family just because of a junior? Lan Cheng stared at the old man and spoke coldly. His words revealed a hint of threat. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll kill him with one punch. The old man pointed at Lu Ming and said indifferently. It was very simple and clear, but it made people stunned. He would kill anyone who dared to touch Lu Ming with one punch. This caused many people to gasp. This was something that a Heavenly Emperor had said, so no one would doubt it. Lan Cheng's face also darkened. He said, I'm afraid that you alone won't be enough. The Yan, Luo, and Vast Expanse Palace lords also unleashed their terrifying auras toward the elder. However, in the next moment, 3 more elders appeared beside Lu Ming. They were dressed in the same way as the previous elder. Their faces were calm, but a terrifying aura burst out, crushing the auras of the Yen family Celestial the Arch and the others. In the city of Lan, the Celestial the Arch of the Yen family and the others narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Heavenly Emperor, all of them were Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses, and they were all body cultivators. How was this possible? At the scene, the others were also shocked and dumbfounded. Lu Ming had so many Heavenly Emperor powerhouses by his side. This force was too terrifying. The Lan family could not do anything to Lu Ming. Damn it, how is this possible? Where did these experts come from? Lan Cheng roared in his heart. As a heavenly emperor, he had seen or heard of all the heavenly emperors in the Tai Ching heavenly region. However, he had never heard of these elders. So many heavenly emperor realm body cultivators, where did they come from? Could it be one of those old monsters hiding in the dark? Lan Cheng couldn't help but think. There were naturally some hidden old monsters in the Tai Ching heavenly region or the primordial realm. Their cultivation strength was terrifyingly strong, and they usually cultivated in seclusion. Only when the alien races launched a truly terrifying war would these strong cultivators come out. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Lan Cheng's mind. Blue City, hand over all the people who tried to kill me on the battlefield, as well as the people who killed Senior Bai Tai and the others. Also, hand over all the people from the Yen clan. I want to see them all. Lu Ming took a step forward and glared at Lan Cheng. His voice spread throughout the entire area. Lu Ming would not let off any of those who had attacked him. All of them had to die. Preposterous. Those people were clearly killed by you, and now you actually want me to call for help. Lan Cheng roared. At this moment, he still insisted that Lu Ming killed him and snatched his treasure. Lu Ming, although I don't know where you found your helpers, the Lan family is not afraid of you. Lan Cheng continued to speak loudly, and a shocking aura burst out from his body. The Yan, Luo, and Vast Expanse Palace heavenly emperors also raised their auras to the maximum. The heavens and earth were filled with the terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao. Bang! 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 A few body cultivators took a small step forward. This small step caused the entire ground to shake, and the fighting stage under their feet turned into dust. Lan Cheng's group's expressions changed slightly, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. In the clash of auras, they were at a disadvantage, and this made their expressions extremely ugly. Everyone, are you going to just watch as Lu Ming acts arrogantly? This guy killed people and stole their treasures. His character is extremely vile, but he's very talented. We can't let him continue to grow. Lan Cheng looked at the others. Today, there were not only heavenly emperors from the Yen family and the Luo family. There were also a few other heavenly emperors, but they didn't have a good relationship with the Lan family, so they didn't attack. At this moment, the eyes of these people flickered. They were considering whether to help the Lan family or not. The talent that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. If this continued, he would become a peak expert sooner or later. Moreover, he had the help of many powerful experts by his side. They had offended Lu Ming. If Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones in trouble in the future. Therefore, these people were hesitant. I'm definitely going to get those people today. Lu Ming said coldly and then sent a message. Boom. 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 Just as Lu Ming sent out the news, a violent roar came from the depths of the sky. Then, the sky split open, and a huge palace appeared in the depths of the sky. Above it, there was a gray fog. This is Primal Chaos Palace. Many people's pupils contracted in shock. The Primal Chaos Palace of the Primal Chaos Emperor was extremely famous in the Heaven Realm. Although the Primal Chaos the Arch had died long ago, he had left behind some powerful puppets. More than 10 years ago, they had fought in another battlefield and displayed terrifying strength. Why had the Primal Chaos Hall suddenly appeared here? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, 9 beams of light flew out from the Primal Chaos Palace. They were 9 figures, each of them exuding an astonishing aura. The Celestial Emperor. The aura of the Heavenly Emperor. The 9 figures were all heavenly emperors. Chapter 23-25, I'm not here to reason. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures emerged from the Primal Chaos Palace and stood in the sky above the square. At the scene, everyone held their breath. This was because these 9 figures were all at the Heavenly Emperor realm. 9 Heavenly Emperors had come all at once. What a terrifying force this was. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. These 9 people were Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others. They had been in the vicinity for a long time. They only appeared when Lu Ming sent them a voice transmission. So it's the Dao brothers of the Primal Chaos Palace. The daughter of my land family is getting married today. I didn't expect that all of you would be here. It's an honor. Lan Sheng had a bright smile on his face as he greeted Earth 1 and the rest. However, Earth 1 and the rest ignored Lan Sheng and flew directly to Lu Ming. They then bowed to Lu Ming. This subordinate greets the young master. What? Everyone was stunned. Most of the people had a dazed look on their faces. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. At this moment, they seemed to have become idiots. What did the 9 heavenly emperors of the Chaos Hall call Lu Ming? Young master? The 9 heavenly emperors of the Chaos Hall were Lu Ming's subordinates? At this moment, many people felt that their brains had turned into mush, and it was difficult for them to think. They even thought that they were dreaming. Lan Cheng's expression also froze. His eyes were wide open with disbelief, followed by a trace of fear. Even the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor and the other elders were a little surprised. They did not expect that Lu Ming had so many terrifying powerhouses behind him. Lu Ming is Lu Ming indeed. Long Chen, Desolate Li, and the others sighed. Nest, I want to hang out with Lu Ming. I'll follow him no matter what in the future. I'm not a dog. The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha madly. Is this my father? Lu Shenhuang mumbled as he looked at the figure standing among the many heavenly emperors. It was as if the stars were surrounding the moon. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang felt a little proud. This was because this person was his father. Although it was the first time they had met, he still felt proud and excited. Primal Chaos Hall, damn it. All of this should have been mine. Mine. In the crowd, Yuan Xian was roaring in her heart. Her eyes were red with jealousy. Yuan Xian had seen Earth 1 and the rest back then. Back then, Yuan Xian and the others had told him that he had to defeat Lu Ming in order to become the young master of the Chaos Hall. However, Lu Ming had defeated him in the end, and he had naturally lost the right to inherit the Chaos Hall. What he didn't expect was that Earth 1 and the rest were actually powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor realm. This made him go crazy with jealousy. How great would it be if he inherited all of this? But now, he could only roar in his heart and didn't dare to make a sound. He was extremely sullen. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. I've troubled all of you today. Lu Ming smiled. Young master's enemies are our enemies. Tu said. He then turned around and looked at Lan Sheng and the others. The 9 heavenly emperors' auras were so terrifying that Lan Sheng and the others' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. The difference was too great. There were more than a dozen heavenly emperors on Lu Ming's side. They completely crushed Lan Sheng and the others. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Hand over those people from back then, not a single one less. Lu Ming stared at Lan Sheng and said coldly. Lu Ming, you're the one who killed them and stole their treasures. The people of the Lan family are only following the rules of the Heaven realm. That's why we're hunting you down. Yet, you harbor a grudge and want to kill them. This is outrageous. How can there be such a reason in the world? Lan Sheng bellowed angrily and continued to quibble. He used the Heaven realm's rules to pressure Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. He had already lost his patience and was too lazy to argue with the other party. Lancheng, you don't have to quibble here. You're using the Heaven Realm's laws to pressure me. I'm not here to reason with you today. I'm here to take someone back. You have to hand him over even if you don't want to. Do you understand? Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made many people's hearts tremble, and they were shocked beyond words. Lu Ming's words were very obvious. They were not here to reason but to demand for the person. The Lan family had to hand the person over regardless of whether they wanted to or not. This was to force the Lan family to hand over their people. A junior was actually forcing a heavenly emperor. No, not just a heavenly emperor, but several powerful forces. This was extremely domineering. Many young people's blood boiled as they watched. In the city of Lan, the Yen family's celestial the Arch and the others looked terrible. If not for the fact that there were too many experts standing beside Lu Ming, they would have slapped him to death long ago. But now, they could only endure it. Hurry up and call for reinforcements. If the Lan family doesn't hand over their people today, I will slaughter 10,000 people from the Lan family and 10,000 people from the Yen family to be buried with Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming said coldly. He had already lost his patience. You dare? In Lan City, the Yen clan Celestial the Arch bellowed. Why not? Kill! Lu Ming shouted and rushed to the Lan family's area where countless Lan family disciples were gathered. You're looking for death. Lancheng bellowed in anger and wanted to deal with Lu Ming. However, Earth One threw a punch and mountains appeared, forcing Lancheng to retreat. A great emperor from the Lan family was about to make a move. Gold One appeared, and a terrifying aura burst out. All the great emperors from the Lan family vomited blood and retreated. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and threw a punch. Bang! Bang! There were 7 to 8 true Emperor Realm powerhouses from the Lan family who were blown up by Lu Ming, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Lu Ming showed no mercy to the Lan family. Bai Tai was killed by the Lan and Yen families. He must take revenge. Lu Ming, you're crazy. You killed the Heaven Realm's experts. These people are the forces against the alien race, but you killed your own people. Are you a spy for the alien race? Lancheng roared. He was about to go crazy. Lu Ming was too decisive. He attacked immediately and killed the Lan family's experts. At this moment, the people of the Lan family scattered in fear. Ha ha ha, these pieces of trash can't even kill a few outsiders. I alone can kill 1,000 times, 10,000 times the number of non-humankind beings. I alone can fight against an army of 10,000 men and horses. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and threw another punch. A few Lan family experts were blown up. Run, run! Lan Yun was also mixed in with the crowd. He was running away in fear. To him, Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. However, at the next moment, he shouted in horror because Lu Ming had his eyes on him. Lu Ming appeared above his head in a flash and stomped on Lan Yun's face. Lan Yun screamed in pain and his body fell heavily to the ground. He kept screaming in pain. Let go of Lan Yun! Lancheng bellowed, his eyes red. Lan Yun wasn't an ordinary person, he was a peak Great Heaven's Pride expert and had the potential to become a heaven sovereign in the future. He couldn't die. He charged at Lu Ming with all his might but he was blocked by 2E. Hand him over. Lu Ming's reply was a simple word, his voice resounding and powerful. At this moment, the scene was silent, and time and space seemed to have frozen. There was only one person in everyone's eyes, and that was Lu Ming. Who would have thought that such a scene would happen today? Lu Ming killed the Lan family's experts in front of Lan City and the Heavenly Emperor, while Lan City was helpless. Chapter 23-26, the Lan family's peerless expert, the Luo clan celestial, the Arch, the master of the eternal Star River, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. However, none of them made a move. The forces that Lu Ming had brought were too powerful. If they made a move against more than 10 celestial thearchs, they would only be courting death. "Young man, you've gone too far." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The voice came from the depths of the Lan family. The voice was old and seemed to be filled with the aura of time. It was nothing to ordinary people, but when the Hengyu celestial, the Arch, Earth One, Gold One, and the others heard this voice, their faces changed drastically and revealed a grave expression. This was because this voice brought them great pressure. "Ancestor, ancestor!" Lan Cheng shouted in excitement. Many people were shocked. Legend had it that the Lan family had a peerless expert guarding it. He had been hiding in the depths of the Lan family and was in seclusion all year round. That was a 4-star heavenly emperor. Could it be this one? Was the Lan family's peerless expert about to be born? Boom! Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, an aura burst out from the depths of the Lan family. This aura was ancient and powerful, shaking the world. Even the heavenly emperor realm figures could feel the terrifying pressure, and their faces turned extremely serious. Boom! It was as if an ancient heavenly Tao was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Many of the weaker cultivators had to kneel down. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of the Lan family. It was an old man wearing a coarse linen robe. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he walked through the air. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts, making their hearts beat faster. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The people of the Lan family saluted one after another, their faces revealing wild joy. "Ha ha ha, the Lan family's old ancestor has been born. Lu Ming, you dare to kill a member of the Lan family? You're dead. You're dead. I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons so that you'll never be able to reincarnate." Lan Yun roared, his face filled with madness and malevolence. "Is that so? In that case, I can't let you go even more." Lu Ming's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. "Lu Ming, what are you trying to do?" Lan Yun's expression changed drastically as he roared. Bang! Lu Ming stomped down hard on Lan Yun's face. A terrifying force burst out. Lan Yun screamed in pain. All the bones in his body were shattered by Lu Ming. His meridians were also blasted into pieces by Lu Ming. Lan Yun turned into a pile of mud and collapsed on the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't even scream. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to make a move now that the unparalleled expert of the Lan family had appeared. However, he had severely injured Lan Yun with one kick in front of the unparalleled expert of the Lan family. "Lu Ming, you're courting death." Lan Cheng roared. The Lan family's patriarch's face darkened. The other party actually severely injured Lan Yun right in front of him. This was completely smacking his face. Young people are young and impetuous, not knowing the severity of things. Now, let go of Lan Yun, kneel down and cripple your cultivation. The Lan clan's ancestor coldly spoke. Get lost. Lu Ming's response was only one word, get lost. This word made everyone's expression change drastically. Lu Ming was simply too audacious. He actually asked a peerless expert to get lost? The Lan family's patriarch's face turned completely dark as he said coldly, "You're so young, yet you don't know your place. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." As soon as the Lan family's patriarch finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. He was a grand elder of the body cultivators. Get lost. The Lan family's ancestor shouted coldly as he stretched out a large hand and grabbed at the body cultivator Grand Elder. He was a peerless powerhouse, and ordinary heavenly emperors were no match for him. However, this body cultivator Grand Supreme Elder had a calm expression as he threw a punch. Bang! The physical cultivator Grand Elder's fist collided with the Lan family patriarch's palm. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lan family patriarch's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He retreated continuously. One of his arms was deformed. As for the body cultivator Grand Elder, his body didn't even shake. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. This body cultivator was actually able to force back the Lan family's peerless expert with one punch. This was too shocking. Could he also be a peerless expert? Lu Ming's expression was calm. There was indeed an unparalleled expert among the body cultivators. He was the most powerful Grand Elder of the immemorial body cultivators. So you're a fellow Taoist. I'd like to experience it today. The Lan family's patriarch spoke coldly as he pushed his strength to the limit. Boom! The Lan family's patriarch's body enlarged rapidly, turning into a giant that could support the heavens and earth. He struck out a terrifying move. A divine light slashed down violently at the body cultivator elder. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were able to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to launch terrifying attacks. This beam of divine light contained the power of the heavenly Tao, which was indestructible and could destroy everything. However, the body cultivator Grand Elder still only threw a punch. This punch seemed to be able to pierce through the universe and destroy the heavenly Tao. Boom! The divine light that the Lan family patriarch had sent out was pierced through. The terrifying fist force pierced through the heavens and earth. The Lan family's ancestor let out a muffled groan as his body retreated rapidly. After retreating tens of thousands of miles, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts in turmoil. The Lan family's ancestor had been defeated. He had been beaten by a body cultivator to the point where he spat out blood in one move. He was completely outmatched. How did this happen? Lan City, the other members of the Lan family, and the Yen family's celestial arch were all shocked and in disbelief. Even the Lan family's old ancestor was no match for him and was injured by a single punch. Lan Yun's eyes revealed a look of despair. Hand him over. At this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak, his voice getting colder. Al. The Lan family's ancestor sighed and revealed a helpless expression. He understood that he was no match for the old body cultivator. If he were to fight, he would definitely be the one to die. Lu Ming, the Lan family can hand over the person, but you have to let Lan Yun go. The Lan family's patriarch looked at Lu Ming. Let Lan Yun go? Are you waiting for him to take revenge on me? Didn't you hear him shouting that he wanted me to suffer a fate worse than death? Moreover, in the past, Lan Yun wanted to kill me at every turn. I've already let him off a few times, but he didn't know how to cherish the opportunity. Then, there will be no future. Lu Ming said coldly. Lan Yun revealed an expression of fear and despair, wanting to struggle with all his might. However, all the bones and meridians in his body had been shattered by Lu Ming. He could not move at all. Boom! Lu Ming's energy burst forth and bombarded Lan Yun's body. Lan Yun's body immediately exploded, turning into ashes and dissipating. A top-notch genius was killed by Lu Ming just like that. The eyes of Lan City and the other experts of the Lan family turned red, and their hearts were bleeding. The Lan family had produced many heaven's favorites in this generation. They only had 2 top heaven's favorites, but now, one of them was killed in front of everyone. Moreover, he did it in front of Lan City, the Lan family's ancestor, and countless experts. This was a slap in the face. Chapter 23-27, Crushing a True Emperor. The Lan family's patriarch, Lan Sheng, and the rest were shocked and furious. Cold killing intent emanated from their bodies, and they could not wait to slap Lu Ming to death. However, when they saw the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, the Body Cultivators, and the 9 Heavenly Emperors of the Primal Chaos Palace, they held back. With so many Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, there were even peerless powerhouses. This force was enough to wipe the Lan family off the face of the earth. Therefore, they did not dare to kill Lu Ming. In fact, if they wanted to kill Lu Ming in the future, they would not dare to let anyone know. Otherwise, this force would be enough to kill them. They were mad with hatred, but now, they could only hold it in. Hand him over. Lu Ming spoke indifferently again. Lan Sheng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The other members of the Lan family were the same. The Lan family's patriarch's face was extremely gloomy as he squeezed out a word, hand over. Go and find those people who attacked Lu Ming back then. Lan Sheng ordered. Not long after, a few true Emperor realm powerhouses from the Lan family arrived. They were the ones who had killed Bai Tai and Lu Ming. At this moment, these people looked at Lu Ming in horror. Yan family, where are your people? Lu Ming looked at the Yan family's celestial the Arch and said coldly. The Yan family's people are not here. It will take time to call them over. The Yan clan's heavenly emperor spoke. I'll be waiting here. Lu Ming spoke calmly and really started to wait there. At the scene, everyone was discussing in low voices. No one left and they all waited here. Time passed day by day. Finally, a ray of light rushed over from the distance. The Yan clan had arrived. Some of them were the ones who had attacked Lu Ming back then. When they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. They were in disbelief. They had thought that Lu Ming was dead. They did not expect that Lu Ming was not dead and was still alive and well. Then, an expert from the Yan family explained everything to the Yan family. He didn't tell them before because he was afraid that they would resist and escape. Upon hearing this, the Yan family members were horrified. They could not believe that Lu Ming had actually forced the Yan family's celestial the Arch to hand them over. Back then, it was the Yan family's celestial the Arch who ordered them to attack Lu Ming. Now, the Yan family's celestial the Arch was going to hand them over for self-protection. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. This was the Heavenly Emperor's decision, and they couldn't go against his orders. They still had their family and friends. There were dozens of people from the Lan and Yan families. Lu Ming's gaze swept across these people. He remembered each and every one of them very clearly. When Lu Ming's gaze swept over them, these people revealed looks of fear. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and the void trembled. I can give you a chance to fight me. As long as you can kill me, you can live. Lu Ming said indifferently. The eyes of the Lan family and the Yan family lit up. Even the eyes of the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Sheng, and the Yan family's celestial the Arch lit up. Although Lu Ming had defeated Yuanyi, Yuanyi's combat strength was only at the level of a rank 15 true emperor. These people, on the other hand, had the combat strength of a rank 17 true emperor. One of them had even made a breakthrough in the past 2 years and reached the level of a rank 18 true emperor. Among them, there were more than 10 with the battle strength of a level 16 and level 15 true emperor. Such power was enough to kill Lu Ming. This was a great opportunity. Lu Ming was courting death. If he killed Lu Ming like this, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primal Chaos Palace, the Body Cultivator Heavenly Emperor, and the others would have nothing to say. Promise him that you'll kill him when you have the chance. I'll reward whoever kills him handsomely. I'll do my best to help you become a great emperor. Lan Sheng transmitted his voice to those people. The eyes of those people lit up, especially the eyes of the strongest experts. This time, it might be a blessing in disguise. As long as he killed Lu Ming, he would be heavily rewarded. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped in the air as if he was a prehistoric giant beast. With every step he took, the air rumbled and he charged toward the true emperors of the Lan and Yen families. Do it! One of them suddenly roared and charged at Lu Ming. A single move would affect the whole body. One person took action and led the others to charge toward Lu Ming. There were dozens of true emperors, and even the weakest of them had the battle power of a 10th-level true emperor. With so many of them attacking together, the power was astonishing. Dozens of attacks were launched at Lu Ming from all directions, trying to drown him. Can Lu Ming be his match? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. He completely ignored the attacks in front of him and charged forward in an overbearing manner. The attacks landed on Lu Ming's body and were destroyed. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and swung his fists continuously. Streams of terrifying fist force blasted forward. In front of him, there were 5 to 6 figures whose bodies were as big as watermelons. They were directly blown up in the air by Lu Ming. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. Those 5 to 6 people were all at least at the 10th level of the true Emperor realm. There was even one at the 15th level of the true Emperor realm. However, they were still blown up by Lu Ming with one punch. After killing 5 to 6 people, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to kill his way forward. Lu Ming exerted the strength of his body to the extreme. At the same time, he also unleashed the power of the world and used a few types of laws. Lu Ming had only used 4 types of laws, but these people were no longer his match. Boom! A fist force as thick as a mountain blasted a big hole in the void and crushed forward. Where the fist force passed, another 5 or 6 people were killed. One of them was a rank 16 true emperor. This made everyone gasp. Everyone finally understood that Lu Ming had not used his full strength in his battle with Yuanyi. Otherwise, he could have killed Yuanyi in one move. Yuanyi's expression was terrible. Those below level 15 of the true emperor stage, retreat and attack from a distance. Those above level 15 of the true emperor stage, attack. Someone shouted. Instantly, they formed a temporary formation. Those below rank 15 true emperor would retreat and attack Lu Ming from the back. Those with the combat strength of a level 15 true emperor started to attack Lu Ming. In particular, there were 2 level 17 true emperors and 1 level 18 true emperor. Their combat strength was the most shocking and they launched a sure-kill attack. Die! Lu Ming did not dodge but threw a punch. An expert with the combat power of a level 17 true emperor was directly defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist force did not stop and crushed his body. He let out a cry of despair as his body was torn apart. Buzz! Lu Ming's body spun and his right leg swept out like a long whip towards another rank 17 true emperor powerhouse. This person could not withstand a single blow. Just like the previous one, he was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away by Lu Ming's leg and exploded. What? Everyone was shocked. In particular, those who had fought with Lu Ming were shocked. They looked frightened and incredulous. The 2 powerhouses with the combat power of a rank 17 true emperor could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. They were like babies. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Chapter 23-28. The other people who were fighting with Lu Ming were even more shocked. They were almost scared to death, especially the rank 18 true emperor expert. He could easily kill 2 rank 17 true emperors, but he could not. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above his. Run, run. The remaining people only had this thought in their minds. They turned around and ran. The one with a rank 18 true emperor's combat power was the fastest to run. You want to leave? A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. His six-feathered divine wings appeared. With one flap, Lu Ming caught up with the man who had the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. Seeing that he could not escape, the rank 18 true emperor turned around and roared. He exploded with all his power and charged at Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's punch landed and directly destroyed the opponent's attack. It pierced through the opponent's body and the terrifying force tore the opponent's body apart. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the other party's world core. A rank 18 true emperor was also killed instantly. Many people were so shocked that they could not speak. This kind of combat strength was truly terrifying. What was the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor? That was, one had to have an ultimate law and control 9 king path laws at the same time to have the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor. Those who could reach this step were all top-tier heaven's favorites. Some people only comprehended an ultimate maxim after becoming a monarch, but they were also terrifying geniuses. Their future achievements would be limitless. It was obvious that the other party was such a character. The hearts of Lan Cheng and the others were bleeding. Today, they lost Lan Yun one after another, and also that expert just now. This was an absolutely unimaginable loss. However, they could only watch helplessly as those people were killed by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and flapped his six-feathered wings continuously. He was extremely fast as he charged towards the remaining people. Those people screamed and begged, but it was useless. It was too late for them to regret. They were hunted down by Lu Ming one by one. Not long after, dozens of powerhouses had all fallen and the world core was dug out by Lu Ming. What kind of combat strength is this? An 18th level true emperor can't even fight back. This is too shocking. From now on, no one in the younger generation will be able to compete with Lu Ming. His opponents will be those of the older generation. The so-called 9 absolutes can't even withstand a single blow from him. Countless people were discussing, and their hearts were in turmoil. How did this happen? Stellar River, Yuan Xian, and the other prodigies who had grudges with Lu Ming were all dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open in disbelief. During the 10 Lands battle, although Lu Ming was strong, there was a limit to how much stronger he was. Moreover, even if Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor, they were confident that they would surpass him and crush him in the future. However, it had only been a few years and Lu Ming's ability had already reached a height that they could not hope to reach. The gap was too great. The current Lu Ming could kill them with one finger. They were still at the empty emperor realm, while Lu Ming could even kill a rank 18 true emperor. They were completely incomparable. He's awesome. I'll definitely follow him in the future. The unscrupulous monk kept calling out. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, Lu Ming will leave us in the dust. Indeed. Long Chen, Feng Ling, and the others sighed. Father, mother is right. Father is indeed unparalleled in the world. No one can compare to you. Looking at Lu Ming in the air, Lu Shenhuang clenched his fists in excitement. In Lan City, the Yen family's celestial Arch, the Lan family's patriarch, and the others were all furious and filled with killing intent. However, they could only hold back their anger. Let's go. The Lan family's old ancestor snorted coldly and turned around to take a step forward, wanting to leave. Lan Cheng and the others were the same. Wait a moment. Lu Ming's voice was heard. The Lan family's ancestor and the rest stopped. What else do you have to say? Lan Cheng asked, suppressing his anger. Master Lan is really forgetful. I won first place, so where are the 100 chaos gems? Give them to me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Cheng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Lan family today. Now, he was actually asking him for stones of chaos. This was preposterous. What's wrong? Your Lan family said it yourself, don't tell me you don't want to admit it. Or perhaps, you're toying with the others like monkeys? Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Cheng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Give it to him. The Lan clan's old ancestor said. In the end, Lan Cheng had no choice but to take out a storage ring and throw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and saw that there were 100 chaos gems inside. Thank you, thank you. These chaos gems can help my cultivation level improve again. Ha! Lu Ming laughed heartily. Lan Cheng's eyelids and lips trembled non-stop. Thank you, my ass. If not for the circumstances, why would I give Lu Ming 100 chaos gems? It was for Yuanyi. Let's go. Lan Cheng squeezed out a word from the depths of his throat and turned to leave. The people from the Lan family, the Yen family, and those who were related to the Lan family all left and entered the large palace in the depths of the Lan family. Lu Ming did not let Earth 1, Gold 1, or other body cultivators to keep the other party. With their strength, they were enough to flatten the Lan family. However, the Lan family and the Yen family were, after all, major forces with ancient inheritances. With a few heavenly emperors, they would be of great use to the heaven realm. If Lu Ming completely razed the Lan family to the ground because of Bai Tai's matter, he was afraid that the other celestial emperors in the heaven realm would intervene and stop him. Moreover, the Lan family's old ancestor was a peerless expert. If they were to run for their lives, they had no confidence in keeping him here. If a berserk peerless expert were to take revenge, that would be too terrifying. But now, the other party was worried about Lu Ming's strength and definitely did not dare to take revenge. At least, they would not dare to take revenge openly. Everyone in the surrounding sighed. They didn't think that today's matter would turn out like this. The Lan family and Yuanyi were supposed to be the stars of the day. Yuanyi had defeated Lin Xiaofan and reached the top, becoming the #1 genius in the world. However, everything had changed drastically because of Lu Ming's appearance. In the end, the Lan family and the Yen family suffered heavy losses and left dejectedly. Lu Ming became the main character of the day. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. The heartless monk rushed out with a face full of smiles. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also stepped into the air and came to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming greeted everyone one by one. Brother Long, this is for you. A jade bangle appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he passed it to Long Chen. This was Long Chen's fiancée, and Xian Yinlin had asked Lu Ming to give it to Long Chen. When Lu Ming was in the Divine Wilderness continent, he had taken the time to meet Xian Yinlin and told her about Long Chen's current situation. She then asked Lu Ming to help Long Chen wear a bangle. Long Chen's eyes flickered. He took the bangle and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Many thanks. You're welcome. Xian Yinlin asked me to pass you a message. She said that she'll wait for you, no matter how many years it takes. Lu Ming said. Long Chen didn't say much, but his eyes were teary. Father. At this moment, a voice was heard. Lu Shenhuang walked over. Chapter 23-29, Divine Wilderness. Lu Ming looked over and asked, "Where is your mother now?" "It's in the Tai Ching heavenly region, not far from here." Lu Shenhuang said. "Alright, let's leave this place first. Take me to your mother," Lu Ming said. Then, the group left Blue Moon City. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Earth One, Gold One, the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, and the others bade farewell and headed in a certain direction with Lu Shenhuang. Along the way, the father and son talked a lot. Lu Ming also found out that Xianyanqing had come to the Taiqing heavenly region more than 10 years ago. All these years, he had been cultivating in the Taiqing heavenly region and had even taught Lu Shenhuang how to cultivate. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. In just a dozen years, Xianyanqing was able to bring Lu Shenhuang's cultivation to the 3-star illusionary emperor stage. His combat strength was even more shocking. Lu Shenhuang's talent was undeniably shocking, but it had a lot to do with Xianyanqing's method of teaching. Divine Wilderness, has there been anything unusual about your mother all these years? Lu Ming asked. There are. Lu Shenhuang nodded his head and his face turned serious. In mother's body, there seem to be two people who sometimes love me dearly, and sometimes treat me coldly. But they have one thing in common, and that is that they will seriously teach me how to cultivate. Like this? Lu Ming muttered, his heart heavy. He recalled the time in the land of infinite demons. Wasn't Xianyanqing the same? The day before, they were fine. But after that, he wanted to kill him. It seemed like a different person. Until now, Lu Ming still did not know what was going on. This was exactly what Lu Shenhuang had said. The two of them chatted as they traveled. This was the first time the father and son had met. At first, they were a little distant, but as they chatted, they felt that their relationship had become closer. Their speed was very fast, and after a few days, they arrived at a mountain range. On the peak of the highest mountain, there was a lake. The lake was like a mirror, adorning the peak of the mountain, making this place look like a peach forest. There was a figure standing by the lake, wearing a black dress. Her long black hair reached her waist and fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Little Qing. Lu Ming's heart trembled and a sense of joy welled up in his heart. That figure was definitely Xianyanqing. Lu Ming would not mistake him for someone else. Even if it was just his back, Lu Ming would not forget it. It had been more than 10 years. It had been more than 10 years since they had parted ways in the land of myriad demons. Mother! Lu Shenhuang shouted and flew toward Xianyanqing. Divine Wilderness, you are back. Did you gain anything from this trip? What kind of heaven's favorite did I encounter? Xianyanqing said in a clear voice before turning around. She looked exactly the same as before. After not seeing her for more than 10 years, Xianyanqing's face had not changed at all. Lu Ming looked at Xianyanqing in a daze. When Xianyanqing turned around, he saw Lu Ming. Her words came to an abrupt end and she looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing muttered in disbelief. She could not believe that she would meet Lu Ming here. Furthermore, Lu Ming came with Lu Shenhuang. This was beyond her expectations. Mother, look who I've brought. Lu Shenhuang flew over. Lu Ming. Xianyanqing murmured. Tears welled up in her eyes as she missed Lu Ming dearly. Then, she stepped into the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also flew over. However, when Xianyanqing was halfway through her flight, her delicate body trembled. At that moment, her gaze changed. It became as cold as a knife. When she looked at Lu Ming, she was filled with murderous intent. Lowly ant, die. Xianyanqing's voice was as cold as a knife. A jet-black sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Xianyanqing's move was a fatal threat to him. He felt that if he was hit by this move, he would definitely die. Retreat. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, the jet-black sword light was like a bone-piercing awl, following closely behind Lu Ming at a speed faster than his. Block. A long spear was condensed in Lu Ming's hands. This long spear was formed by 9 types of laws. It was Lu Ming's most powerful abhijna, the infinite dragon spear. At the same time, Lu Ming's physical strength and world energy burst out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear trembled. At this moment, Lu Ming stabbed out hundreds of times in a row. Hundreds of spear gleams stabbed at the jet-black sword gleam. This could be said to be Lu Ming's most powerful combat ability at the moment. No true emperor could block this move. Boom! 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 A few hundred spear radiances struck the black sword radiance in succession, causing continuous explosions. However, the jet-black sword gleam was extremely sharp. Lu Ming's spear gleam exploded inch by inch and was swept away. Whoosh! Although Lu Ming resisted with all his might and retreated rapidly at the same time, there was still a sharp gleam that swept past him. Even though Lu Ming had activated the imperishable golden body in his physical defense, he could not withstand the attack. His body was almost cut in half and a deep wound appeared. Even his bone armor was broken. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. Great Emperor! He could clearly sense that Xianyang's cultivation had already reached the Great Emperor realm. This speed was too fast. One must know that Lu Ming's cultivation speed was already astonishingly fast. It could be said that he was advancing at a tremendous pace. However, Xianyang's speed of improvement was even faster than his. He had already entered the Great Emperor realm. Coupled with that terrifying power, Lu Ming was no match for him at all. The difference was too great. Kill! Xianyang's was surprised to see that his attack did not kill Lu Ming. He shouted and charged at Lu Ming again. Mother, don't! At this moment, Shenhuang Lu shouted and rushed over in a panic. Hearing Lu Shenhuang's voice, Xianyang's body trembled and she stopped her pursuit. Her eyes were filled with struggle. Mother, don't kill father. Don't! Lu Shenhuang shouted as he rushed forward and stood in front of Xianyang. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to circulate the indestructible ancient scroll with all his might and focus on recovering from his injuries. His wounds were recovering at an astonishing speed. Little Qing, wake up, it's me. Lu Ming shouted. Mother, it's father. Lu Shenhuang also shouted. The struggle in Xianyang's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he shouted, Lu Ming, leave quickly. Leave quickly. With that, Xianyang turned around and disappeared in a flash of light. Little Qing. Lu Ming shouted and chased after him at top speed. However, Xianyang was too fast. He was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what's going on? Lu Ming roared angrily. He really could not figure it out. Xianyang's condition didn't seem like he had been possessed. When they first met, it was indeed Xianyang. However, it was as if he had become a different person. Lu Shenhuang was also at a loss. He did not expect that the meeting between his parents would end up like this. Chapter 23:30. The father and son stood in place, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice was heard. Lu Ming turned around and saw a graceful figure in a long white dress. She looked almost the same as Xianyang, peerless in beauty. Thank you, Nianjuan. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He had never expected that Xianyang would be nearby. Back at Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming had gone to the ancient sacred clan to look for Xianyang. His purpose was to find out about Xianyang. However, the people of the ancient sacred clan told him that Xianyang had left and no one knew where he was. It turned out that Shenhuang had also come to the heavenly realm. Ant. Lu Shenhuang let out a smile and flew over. It was obvious that Lu Shenhuang and Shenhuang knew each other. Shenhuang flew in the air and stopped in front of Lu Ming. He sized him up curiously. Lu Ming, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Shenhuang smiled. I can't compare to you. Lu Ming said. He sized up Shenhuang and the surprise in his eyes intensified. Unfathomable. In his eyes, Shenhuang was unfathomable. He had no idea what Shenhuang's current realm was. However, he was definitely not a true emperor, nor was he a true emperor. He was definitely above a true emperor. Great Emperor Realm. It was very likely that Shenhuang's cultivation was also at the Great Emperor Realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could Shenhuang and Shenhuang's cultivation speed be so fast? Lu Ming had to go through countless hardships to reach his current cultivation level. The other Heaven Realm Heaven's Pride experts were even weaker. For example, Yuanyi only had the combat power of a level 15 true emperor. However, he was the strongest after Lu Ming. However, Shenhuang and Shenhuang, who were about the same age as Lu Ming and the rest, had already broken through to the Great Emperor Realm. If this were to spread out, it would probably scare people to death. Lu Ming, don't you want to know why Shenhuang is like this now? Shenhuang smiled. You know? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course one know. Let's go to the side and talk. Little guy, don't follow me. Shenhuang said to Lu Shenhuang before he walked towards the center of the lake. Lu Ming followed behind him. The two of them came to the center of the lake and stood on the surface. Lu Ming looked at Shenhuang, waiting for her answer. Do you know about your past and present life? Shenhuang retorted. Past and present life? Lu Ming was stunned. Shenhuang did not answer. He only smiled at Lu Ming. You mean reincarnation, past life and present life? Lu Ming asked. That's right, reincarnation, past life and present life. Shenhuang nodded. How is that possible? As far as one knows, although the world has the law of reincarnation, no one can be reincarnated. Once you die, your body dies and your Tao vanishes, everything becomes nothing. Lu Ming said. At Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he understood more. No one in the world could reincarnate. At most, one could possess a body. Even a peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse would not be able to reincarnate. Moreover, Lu Ming had once asked the reincarnation emperor about it, and the reincarnation emperor had given him a similar answer. They can't be reincarnated because those people are too weak. As long as their cultivation realm is high enough, anything is possible. Shenhuang said with a hint of disdain. Lu Ming was tongue-tied and did not know how to answer for a moment. Too weak? A peak heavenly emperor was too weak in Shenhuang's words? A peak heavenly emperor was already an unrivaled powerhouse in this world. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, only the ancestral dragon was above the heavenly emperor. Could it be that there was reincarnation above the heavenly emperor? You're saying that little Qing is the reincarnation of an expert, and her memories of her past life have been awakened? With Lu Ming's intelligence, he immediately thought of many things. That's right. Shenhuang is indeed the reincarnation of a powerful figure. Moreover, the memories of her previous life have been awakened. That's why when you see Shenhuang, it's as if there are two people in her body. Originally, the awakening of the memories of my previous life should be melded with the memories of this life. In the end, with the memories of my previous life as the dominant factor, it's highly possible that I'll once again step onto the unparalleled path, and even surpass my previous life. However, Xian Yinqing didn't want to merge his previous life with his current life. Once he did, he would have to use his previous lives' memories as the main focus. If that happened, he wouldn't be the Xian Yinqing he is now. That's why this is happening. Xian Yinjuan explained. So it's like this, so it's like this. After Xian Yanjin's explanation, Lu Ming had a sudden realization. Reincarnation actually existed in this world. Xian Yinqing had awakened the memories of his past life, but he was unwilling to merge them together. Xian Yinqing definitely couldn't let go, so he didn't want to merge with her. Therefore, it was as if there were two people in Xian Yanqing's body. One moment, he was controlled by the memories of his previous life, and the other moment, he was controlled by the memories of this life. Xian Yinqing must have been an extremely powerful expert in his past life. However, Lu Ming had taken possession of his body in his chastity. Xian Yinqing felt humiliated, so he wanted to kill Lu Ming the moment he saw him. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Also, back in the demonic sea of the land of infinite demons, those black-robed men had stolen the ancient demon coffin and placed Xian Yinqing inside. It was very likely that they were trying to help Xian Yinqing regain his memories. Lu Ming had figured everything out. Who? Lu Ming took a deep breath and looked at Xian Yinjuan. You're also a reincarnation of an expert, right? Not bad. In my previous life, Xian Yinqing and I were sisters. Xian Yinjuan smiled. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. In his previous life, Xian Yinjuan and Xian Yinqing were biological sisters. They had both reincarnated and were still sisters after reincarnation. No wonder they looked so similar. And it was obvious that Xian Yanjin's memories of his past life and present life had merged. However, in the history of the Heaven Realm, were there such two strong people? What level were you at in your previous life? Could it be the realm above Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming was very puzzled. More questions emerged in his heart. Above Heavenly Emperor? Forget it, one won't talk about this anymore. You won't understand anyway. 111 Teach you how to help Xian Yinqing. Xian Yinjuan said. You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course. You just need to help her and let her memories of her past and present life merge together. That's all. Xian Yinjuan said. No, according to what you said, the memory of the previous life and the current life will merge, and the previous life will be the dominant one. At that time, Little Qing will not be Little Qing. No. Lu Ming shook his head. This was hard for him to accept. Who said that after the fusion, the previous life must be the dominant one? Xian Yinjuan pouted. Right now, Xian Yinqing has two memories. He's fighting for control. Whoever has the upper hand and has the absolute advantage in devouring the other's memory will naturally be the dominant one. For example, if Xian Yanqing's memory of this life prevailed and he devoured the memory of his previous life, it would only mean that he had an extra memory. It would have no effect on his personality. Xian Yinqing would still be Xian Yinqing. Do you understand? Xian Yinjuan explained. Chapter 23:31, Lu Ming nodded. He could understand this. It was just like how he had fused with some of the 9 dragons' memory fragments back then, but that didn't affect him. It only meant that he had some more memories, but he was still himself and wouldn't become another person. It was the same for Xian Yinqing. As long as Xian Yanqing's memories of this life prevailed and she devoured the memories of her previous life, she would only have some more memories. Not only would she be fine, but she would also obtain a great opportunity. What should I do to make Little Qing's memories of this life devour the memories of her previous life? Lu Ming asked. It's simple. Xian Yinjuan smiled slyly and said, actually, you have the advantage now. You have a son, the son of Xian Yinqing and you. With a son by her side, it can greatly affect Xianyang's memory of this life. It will make her more obsessed and reluctant to let go. That's why her memory of this life can't be combined with her memory of her previous life. From now on, as long as you can stay by Xianyang's side and accompany her, her obsession will naturally become stronger. You can even get to know her more and sleep with her more. Her memories of this life will naturally take over and then devour the memories of her previous life. All? Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Sleep with more? It was that simple? How is it? Don't you feel happy? The method I taught you was not bad, right? Xuan smiled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The memories of her previous life make her hate me to death. I'm afraid she'll kill me before I can even get close to her, let alone sleep with her. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. That's why your cultivation is too weak. You should focus on your cultivation. As long as your cultivation surpasses Xianyang's, you will be able to suppress her and subdue her. Then, you will be able to do whatever you want. Xianyang smiled slyly. Lu Ming was completely speechless. He felt immense pressure. It was mainly because Xianyang's cultivation speed was too fast. As the reincarnation of an expert of unknown strength, even if the memories of his past life and present life were not merged, his cultivation speed was still shocking. Now, he was already in the Great Emperor realm. It was too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up or even surpass Xianyang. Is there no other way besides this? Lu Ming asked, unwilling to give up. No more. Xianyang shook his head. So you're saying that it's impossible for little Qing to recover in a short time? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, I am. Xianyang nodded. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. In the end, his cultivation level was too weak. Why are you helping me? Lu Ming asked curiously after a while. It's simple. Once Xianyang devours the memories of her previous life, her cultivation speed will definitely slow down. In the future, she will no longer be my match. He. Xianyang chuckled as she spoke. Lu Ming was speechless. It turned out that this was the reason. With the memories of his past life taking over, Xianyang would become a terrifying expert. His cultivation speed would naturally be shocking. However, the memory of this life devouring the memory of the previous life would only give him some more memories. Although it was also a supreme opportunity, there would still be a huge gap. In the end, Lu Ming stayed behind and accompanied Lu Shenhuang for a period of time. He gave Lu Shenhuang some cultivation resources. What Lu Shenhuang cultivated was not the system of laws. It was the system that Xianyang cultivated. Lu Ming had never seen it before, but it was extremely exquisite and its power was shocking. Lu Ming stayed for another month. However, Xianyang did not appear during this month. Lu Ming was helpless. He left a month later. Lu Shenhuang did not leave with Lu Ming. He continued to stay by Xianyang's side. Cultivation. I must speed up my cultivation and help little Qing's memories of this life to devour her memories of her previous life. On the way back, Lu Ming secretly swore. He had thought that his cultivation speed was already very fast. He had even defeated Yuanyi and suppressed all the other geniuses to obtain first place. This made him feel like he was standing at the peak. But now, he was under great pressure. Because of Xianyang. Xianyang's cultivation speed was faster than his. It was easier said than done to catch up or even surpass Xianyang. This forced Lu Ming to keep moving forward. Not long after, Lu Ming contacted Earth One and the rest. Lu Ming brought Earth One and the rest, as well as the physical cultivators, back to Two World City. With the addition of these experts, Two World City's strength had increased greatly. The news of the battle in Blue Moon City had spread throughout the Tai-Ching heavenly region. Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. After defeating Yuanyi, there was no doubt that Lu Ming stood at the peak of the younger generation. Furthermore, the number of celestial thearchs standing behind Lu Ming was even more shocking. There was no doubt that Lu Ming had a great influence in the heaven realm. His influence was even greater than some of the celestial thearchs. After Lu Ming returned to Two World City, he devoted himself to cultivation. Meanwhile, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Bubbles had also come to Two World City to cultivate. Sometimes, they would go to the battlefields outside the city to train themselves. In addition, people like Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and Tian Ming, as well as the other heaven realm's proud children of heaven, including Jiuju, were all cultivating desperately. The battle at Blue Moon City had let them see Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming had given them unimaginable pressure and made them understand their own shortcomings, forcing all the paragons to cultivate with all their might. In this great era where geniuses were as common as clouds, if one did not progress fast enough, they would be surpassed and crushed by others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. To some emperor-ranked powerhouses, 5 years was merely a blink of an eye. However, to prodigies like Lu Ming and the rest, 5 years was of great significance. In the past 5 years, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. First of all, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the late stage of the 4th realm. Now, Lu Ming could defeat and even kill a rank 18 true emperor powerhouse with only his physical strength. This was just pure physical strength. However, the drop of ancestral dragon blood at his heart had almost been consumed. There was only a little left. Also, Lu Ming's remaining laws had all reached the 3rd realm. Lu Ming's 9 types of laws had all reached the 3rd realm. Over the years, Lu Ming had refined all the 100 chaos gems he had obtained from the Lan family. His cultivation had reached the peak of a 6-star true emperor and he was not far from becoming a 7-star true emperor. This was an improvement in all aspects. Lu Ming did not know how strong his combat strength was now. Anyway, he could kill a rank 18 true emperor with a snap of his fingers. I wonder how my current strength is compared to a great emperor? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. A great emperor was much, much stronger than a true emperor. A great emperor cultivated all 9 types of nomological laws to the 3rd realm, then used the 9 types of nomological laws to develop a great Tao. Great emperors could use the power of great Taos. Their battle power was far greater than a true emperor's. The difference was too great. Chapter 2332, Therefore Lu Ming was very curious now. Could he fight against the great emperor? Let's go and try. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and flew in one direction of Two World City. Not long after, Lu Ming came to an extremely open area. It was a drill ground in Two World City. The army and experts of Two World City usually trained here. From afar, Lu Ming could see a few huge light barriers that looked like a few big bowls that were upside down on the ground. All around the light barrier, there were different living beings. There were humans and all sorts of divine beasts. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 10 true dragons circling the body. They were suspended in the air and were looking at one of the light shields seriously. There were also 8 to 9 phoenixes and more than 10 qilin. Here, divine beasts that were rarely seen in other places could be seen everywhere. The Two World City had gathered almost half of the Supreme Pure Heaven Region 1's powerhouses. Boom! Boom! Violent rumbles came from the few light barriers. Someone was fighting inside. Lu Ming flew over and came to one of the light shields. Inside, a human powerhouse and a huge heavenly snake were fighting against each other. Both of them were true emperors with the battle power of a level 15 true emperor. They were considered top experts among true emperors. The living beings standing around the light barrier were ale at the true emperor realm. This is the place where the true emperors fight. Lu Ming's heart stirred. These light barriers were like battle platforms. They were places for the cultivators of Two World City to battle and train themselves. The light shield was formed by a formation and was firm and immortal. One could unleash their power as much as they wanted in the battle. After all, it was too dangerous to train on the battlefield outside Two World City. A single mistake could cost him his life. Therefore, many people fought and killed each other here to train themselves. Of course, the effect was definitely not as good as on the battlefield, because it was impossible to kill the other party here. At most, they would be seriously injured. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The moment Lu Ming arrived, many people recognized him and caused a commotion. Many people's faces changed. Could it be that Lu Ming was going to make a move? Who in the true emperor realm could be his match? 5 years ago, Lu Ming could already kill a rank 18 true emperor with ease. Now that 5 years had passed, Lu Ming must have become even more unfathomable. However, Lu Ming had no intention of making a move. He had no interest in the true emperor realm, as it was of no use to him. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and walked towards another light shield. This light barrier was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. Light flowed and flickered with a metallic luster. Inside, there were two figures constantly clashing with each other. Terrifying rumbles shook the hearts of the people. The energy shot out in all directions, but it was blocked by the light shield. The light shield kept shaking, but it was not shattered. Great Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The ones fighting within the light barrier were Great Emperor realm experts. There were also a few people watching around the light barrier, but the number was much smaller. In the heaven realm, there were many true emperors, no less than void emperors. This was because it was not particularly difficult to break through to the true emperor realm from the void emperor realm. As long as he had 3 types of laws, reached the second realm, and his cultivation reached the peak of the 7-star void emperor realm, he would be able to make a breakthrough. As long as one's talent wasn't too bad, it wouldn't be difficult to break through after a long time. However, breaking through to RH Great Emperor realm wasn't something that could be endured. To break through to the Great Emperor realm, one had to have 9 types of laws and reach the 3rd realm. At the very least, one of them had to be a king path law. Those who were not talented enough would never be able to reach this level in their entire lives. Not to mention, he had comprehended a great Tao with 9 types of nomological laws. There might not even be one great emperor out of 100 true emperors. A great emperor was considered a first-class expert in the heaven realm. He would be respected wherever he went. Therefore, it was normal for great emperors to be rare here. Lu Ming, the great emperor's gazes flickered when they saw Lu Ming walking over. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to spar with the great emperor? Not only did RH great emperors think so, but the true emperors from before also thought so. Lu Ming went to the emperor battlefield. Does he want to spar with the emperor? Someone in the true emperor area exclaimed. That's impossible. The difference between a true emperor and a great emperor is too great. Even if Lu Ming can easily kill a level 18 true emperor, it's hard to fight against a great emperor. In history, no one has ever been able to fight a great emperor with the cultivation of a true emperor. Let's go and take a look. Many true emperors were flying toward the battle. Even the battle between the void thearchs in the distance was alarmed. Many void thearchs also flew over to watch from a distance. Lu Ming did not speak. He stared at the 2 people inside the light shield. The 2 people inside the light shield should be 2-star great emperors, and their battle was extremely intense. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them controlled RH power of the Great Path and continued to bombard it, developing terrifying attacks. Soon, the two were evenly matched, and neither could win. It was a draw, and they were forced out of the light shield. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're looking for a great emperor to fight. At this moment, a voice was heard. A burly middle-aged man walked over. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded and did not hide anything. He had come to find a great emperor to fight and test his combat power. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight a great emperor. He was so confident. A true emperor fighting a great emperor? He, I've never heard of that. Aren't you being too arrogant? The middle-aged man sneered and revealed a mocking expression. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This person ridiculed him the moment he arrived. It seemed like he was very unhappy with him. Which force are they from? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. What's your cultivation level? Lu Ming asked. 1-star Great Emperor. The middle-aged man replied. Alright, it's you then. I challenge you now. Come in and have a fight. Lu Ming was very direct. He challenged the other party directly. With that, he stepped into the light shield. If one entered from the outside, the light shield would not have the slightest reaction. However, if there was a force inside, the light shield would produce a strong defense. Seeing that Lu Ming actually challenged him, the middle-aged man's eyes glowed with a cold light. Everyone, Lu Ming was too arrogant and challenged me first. I didn't bully the weak or the strong. The middle-aged man said with an excited expression. Initially, he wanted to find a reason to challenge Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to challenge him first. It was exactly what he wanted. Although he was only a 1-star Great Emperor and had comprehended an ordinary Great Tao, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A Great Emperor wasn't someone a true emperor could compare to. The top heaven's favorites who mastered one supreme law, 8 king path laws and cultivated them to the 3rd level only had the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor. Even the weakest Great Emperor was much stronger than a rank 18 true emperor. A true emperor couldn't be a match for a great emperor. This was the truth. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.